What if the very waves that crash against our shores whisper secrets of empires lost to time? Imagine a fleet so powerful it rewrote the rules of the Mediterranean, a sea teeming with ships that carved their names across the fabric of history. The Ottomans didn't just sail, they unleashed chaos, turning calm waters into battlegrounds where the blood of enemies mingled with the salt of the sea. Close your eyes. Picture a midnight sky, thick with the scent of gunpowder. The moon hangs like a witness to the brutality below, illuminating decks slick with betrayal. Every oar stroke echoes like a heartbeat of ambition, each sailor a cog in a merciless machine of conquest. Who were these men? Were they warriors of the faith, or bloodthirsty marauders? The truth is a labyrinth of contradictions, a riddle wrapped in the smoke of cannon fire. Consider the stakes. A naval armada, massive as the legends themselves, poised to swallow coastlines whole. What drove them? Was it glory? Gold? Or the intoxicating lure of absolute power? With every sunken ship, the ocean whispered tales of lost hopes and shattered dreams. Yet the Ottomans, those audacious architects of destiny, embraced the chaos, carving their empire not just on land but in the very depths of the sea. What if I told you the Ottomans redefined naval warfare with tactics so innovative, they left their enemies trembling like leaves in a storm? Each battle, a chess game played on rippling water, each victory, a dagger in the heart of Christendom. With sails billowing like the wings of a predatory bird, they turned the tides of history in a mere heartbeat. Who were the puppeteers behind this maritime marvel? Who could wield such power without regret? Caught in the tempest of ambition, their ships became floating fortresses, bristling with cannons and crewed by men who laughed in the face of death. Did they fear the abyss? Or was there a thrill in the plunge, an ecstasy in the unknown? Each journey, a gamble played against fate itself. The odds stacked high, and all it took was one miscalculation for everything to collapse like a house of cards, plunging into the depths with naught but the echo of betrayal. But here's the kicker: what if I told you the greatest challenge wasn't the enemies they faced on the horizon, but the treachery lurking within their own ranks? Intrigue simmered beneath the surface, plotting a course toward ruin. Alliances forged in the heat of battle often melted away like ice under the sun. Trust was a currency as rare as the spices they sought, and betrayal hung in the air thick as fog. The Ottomans weren't just sailors, they were masters of deception, architects of a strategy that blurred the lines between heroism and villainy. As their ships cut through the waves, they didn't just take territory, they rewrote the very narrative of conquest. Ready to plunge into this electrifying maelstrom of ambition, betrayal, and blood? The ocean calls, and history waits for no one. The air crackles with tension, thick and suffocating, as the sun sinks into the horizon, bleeding crimson across the sky. You can almost taste the fear, metallic, sharp, like blood on your tongue. The streets of Bursa, once the jewel of Anatolia, now shudder under the weight of whispers. Shadows dance along the stone walls, twisting into shapes of dread and desire, telling tales of a time when empires were born in the fires of ambition. Osmangazi, they cry in the silence, calling the name of the young leader who stands at the precipice of history, teetering on the edge of greatness and oblivion. I can feel his pulse quickening, thumping against the cage of his ribs like a caged beast desperate for freedom. In the quiet corners of the city, rumors swirl like autumn leaves caught in a storm. They say Osman is a man of dreams, dreams that claw at the heavens, filled with visions of glory and conquest. But there are no dreams without nightmares. I see him standing there, shoulders clenched, fists tight with the weight of expectation. He is haunted by the specter of his father, Ertugrul, a shadow that looms larger with every step into the unknown. The ghosts of the past whisper, and he fights to drown them out, but the echoes ring loud in his mind. You must be more than a child of the mountains, you must carve your name into the earth itself. Across the city, in a dimly lit tavern, Aydin swirls a cup of sour wine, its taste like regret on his tongue. A soldier turned mercenary, he wears the scars of battle like a badge of honor, but in his heart, raw wounds fester. Aydin knows the cost of loyalty, he sold his soul for a taste of power, and now he grapples with the chains binding him to a life that doesn't feel like his own. Each gulp of wine brings a flicker of warmth, but it cannot drown the icy dread that trickles down his spine. When he looks into the reflections on the surface, he sees a stranger, an echo of the man he could have been. He laughs bitterly. I remember when my dreams were filled with glory, not this bitter dregs. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Bursa, amid the wildflowers and the creeping shadows of the trees, a girl named Zeynep waits. She is fierce and headstrong, her spirit as wild as the winds that whip through the hills. But she feels the weight of chains, invisible yet palpable, constraining her very being. Her heart races, yearning for the adventure that seems just out of reach. She knows the stories of Osman, the boy who dreams of empires, and she cannot help but fantasize about being swept into his world. But the world outside her window is unforgiving. She is tethered to a life where women are but whispers in the wind. What if, she dares to imagine, I could be the storm? As dusk falls, the stars blink into existence like watchful eyes, bearing witness to a storm brewing on the horizon. Osman gathers his followers in the flickering light of their campfire, the glow illuminating their faces, each etched with hope and fear. We must rise, he declares, raising a hand to the sky, the fire reflecting in his determined gaze. They will tell our story. We will not fade into the night. His voice rises and falls, echoing against the darkening sky, but doubt hangs thick in the air like smoke. Aidin, leaning against a stone wall, watches the young leader with a mix of envy and admiration, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. I remember the taste of glory, he murmurs to himself, but it was as fleeting as the smoke curling from that fire. He remembers the thrill of battle, the heady rush of victory, but now all he feels is the betrayal of his own choices. He wants to believe in Osman's vision yet fears that he will fall again into the abyss of his own making. Zeynep, hidden in the shadows, feels the pull of the moment, the electricity thrumming in the air. She imagines the battlefield, the clash of swords, the cries of her people, a symphony of chaos and courage. What if I could be more than just a voice in the dark, she whispers to herself, the wind carrying her words into the night. Her heart beats faster, fueled by the dream of a life unchained. She longs to stand beside Osman, to be more than a mere observer in the tapestry of history that is unfurling before her. The night deepens, and the tension reaches a boiling point. As the fire crackles, Osman's resolve hardens. The time for hesitation has passed, and he knows that stepping into the light means confronting the shadows. We march at dawn, he proclaims, voice ringing with fervor. Each word is a hammer striking a chisel, carving their destiny into the stone of time. His followers erupt into cheers, but within Aidin, a storm brews. Do I dare join them? He thinks, torn between loyalty and the chains that bind him. And in that moment, as the stars twinkle overhead, a flicker of understanding passes between Aidin and Zeynep, both yearning for something more, something beyond the mundane. They are caught in a web of dreams, each thread pulling tightly against their hearts. Aidin's laughter mixes with Zeynep's silenced cries, and the world around them trembles with the promise of change. The clock ticks, time bleeding into the fabric of their lives, and as the first trace of dawn paints the sky, they stand on the brink of a new world, a world where empires rise and fall, where dreams clash against the harshness of reality. Osman, Aidin, Zeynep, three souls intertwined in a destiny so grand, it would echo through the ages, carving their names into the annals of time forever. Their stories are just beginning, but already, the shadows of the past loom large, whispering of battles won and lost, love and betrayal, glory and despair. And so, the stage is set, the actors poised for the next act, a dance on the razor's edge of fate, where each decision could unleash an empire or doom them all to the dark embrace of obscurity. The storm raged like a restless spirit, its howls echoing over the churning sea, drowning out the desperate cries of the crew. I stood on the deck, soaked to the bone, the salt water stinging my eyes, every wave lashing against the ship like angry hands clawing to pull us under. I remember the thunder, a deep growl of the heavens, foreboding and ominous, as if the universe itself had turned against us. I remember the salty taste of fear, bitter and sharp, and the way it mingled with the tang of the ocean, a cruel reminder of the abyss just beneath our fragile vessel. Around me, the crew fought against the elements, men whose faces were hardened by years of navigating these treacherous waters. There was Elias, his hands trembling as he gripped the wheel, his fury battling against the wildness of the storm. He had once told me that the sea was a forgiving mistress, until it wasn't. And now, with each furious wave crashing over the bow, I could see the truth etched across his brow: the ocean could just as easily be a graveyard as a sanctuary. Then there was Lila, her fiery spirit somehow untouched by the tempest, her laughter ringing out like a chime amid chaos. She was the one who kept us together, her presence a balm against the rising dread. But I could see the ghost of worry in her eyes, a flicker of uncertainty that threatened to extinguish her flame. She was my anchor, yet I felt the weight of my own fears threatening to pull her down with me. "Hold fast!" Elias shouted, his voice barely slicing through the wind. But my heart raced in a different rhythm, a metronome of memories, of sunlit days on calm waters, of laughter shared, and dreams whispered under starkest skies. And yet, in this moment, those memories felt like a cruel joke. Here I was, trapped in the belly of a beast, battling the forces of nature while my own heart battled a storm of its own. I remember the map spread out in the captain's quarters, a faded tapestry of maritime regions marked with inked routes and potential trade routes, each line a promise of prosperity and freedom. But here, surrounded by chaos, I felt those lines constricting like a noose. The sea, once a promise of adventure, now loomed like an insatiable monster, waiting for its next victim. The winds howled, twisting and turning, and I could almost hear them whispering secrets, riddles lost to time. Each gust felt like a taunt, a reminder of how small we were against the vastness of the world. This storm is our reckoning, I thought, a primal fear clawing at my insides. It was a test of our mettle, of our resolve. But why did it feel like a punishment? Lila stumbled beside me, her laughter gone, replaced by grim determination. "We need to get to the eye of the storm," she cried, her voice fierce against the cacophony. "It's our only chance." I wanted to reach out, to tell her that some storms didn't have an eye, that sometimes the only way forward was to sink or swim. But there was something about the fire in her gaze that made me hold my tongue. I remember the sharp crack of lightning, illuminating the chaos for a split second, Elias frozen, Lila's hair wild around her face, and the ocean exploding in waves that seemed to swallow the horizon whole. In that brief moment, clarity cut through the chaos. I understood then that this fight was not just against nature. It was a fight for survival, for our dreams, for the very essence of who we were. "Don't let go!" I screamed, the urgency clawing at my throat. But the storm was relentless, an ancient force that cared not for our struggles, our hopes. Each wave was a reminder of how life could spiral out of control, a reflection of the turmoil within. I felt the tears mix with the rain, a bitter cocktail of fear and desperation. As we battled the storm, memories flickered like ghosts. I remembered the night spent in the harbor taverns, the laughter echoing through the air as we shared tales of our exploits. I remembered the dreams we had, painted in vibrant colors, of lands undiscovered and riches unfathomable, painted against a backdrop of adventure. But what was adventure without risk? What was hope without fear? "Push through," Lila urged, her voice a lifeline amid the tempest. Her words ignited something within me, a desperate will to fight, to cling to life, to grasp at the fraying edges of our dreams. I fought alongside her, the wind whipping my face, the rain blinding, but I felt the solid weight of her resolve beside me, grounding me in the chaos. But then, in a moment that stretched into eternity, the ship lurched violently. Reality twisted and turned, and I grabbed hold of the railing, heart racing, breath caught in my throat. Elias shouted, his voice lost to the fury around us, but I caught the desperation in his eyes. It mirrored my own, an unspoken understanding that we were all on the precipice of something monumental. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the wind shifted. The storm, that terrible harbinger of chaos, began to relent. An eerie calm descended, hanging in the air like a ghostly mist. I felt the weight of possibility settle around us, a fragile breath of hope. But I knew then that we weren't out of danger yet. No, the storm was only the beginning, a herald of the trials to come, a reminder that the sea is a fickle mistress, forever shifting, forever changing. As the sun broke through the dark clouds, illuminating the chaos left in its wake, I felt the bittersweet pull of the dawn. Hope fought against despair, and I found myself aching with the weight of what lay ahead. The geographical advantage we once sought now felt like a cruel joke, a bitter reminder of how tenuous our grip on destiny truly was. Each maritime region sprawled out before us, a tapestry of choices, each path fraught with peril and promise. In that moment, standing in the eye of the storm's aftermath, I knew this was just the beginning. The sea would call us again, its siren song irresistible, even as it threatened to drown us. And as we sailed into the rising sun, the horizon beckoned, a promise of what was yet to come. The waves crashed violently against the hull of the ship, a haunting roar echoing through the night, drowning the cries of the men who fought against the sea. I remember standing there, the salt water stinging my eyes, the wind whipping through my hair like a ghost desperate to escape. The moon hung low, a ghostly lantern casting a pale light that danced on the surface of the water, illuminating the chaos unfolding before me. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat stretched thin, filled with dread and anticipation. Kara, her dark curls whipped about her face, stood at the helm, her hands gripping the wheel like a lifeline. Fear coursed through her veins, mingling with the adrenaline that sparked a fire in her chest. "Hold steady," she shouted, the words ripping through the chaos. She was young, fierce, and stubborn, but beneath the bravado lay a soul trembling with doubt. Would she lead them to glory or to their doom? The weight of the fleet rested upon her shoulders, and yet, all she could think of was the darkness swirling around them, the shadows of their pasts lurking just beyond the horizon. Beside her, Mehmet clung to the railing, his knuckles white. The sturdy vessel felt like a fragile thing against the vast, unforgiving ocean. Each crash of the waves whispered of past failures, of lost battles and dreams drowned beneath the tide. "We can't turn back," he roared, though his voice trembled, laced with both fear and fervor. He had a fire in him, a desperate need to prove himself, but with each creaking protest of the ship, he felt the weight of history crashing down. What would it mean to fight for an empire that felt so distant, so hungry for power yet so fragile? I remember the way he looked at Kara, a gaze that flickered with something deeper than mere camaraderie. In that storm, shadows of longing intertwined with fear, the realization that they may never live to see another sunrise. Would their dreams take flight or sink beneath the waves? The ocean was a merciless judge, and tonight, it demanded sacrifice. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing the faces of the crew, each one etched with worry. In that brief moment, I absorbed their fear as if it were my own. I could taste the salt of their anxiety mixed with the lingering scent of smoke from the fires that had once fueled their ambitions. They were merchants, soldiers, and sailors, bound together by the fragile thread of hope, each heartbeat a countdown to the unknown. What dreams did they clutch to their chests, hidden beneath layers of grit and duty? The ship lurched violently, and I stumbled, my heart racing. The world spun, and for a heartbeat, I was lost in the chaos, caught between the past and a future that felt ever so fleeting. I remembered my father, his tales of the sea, his laughter mixing with the salt air, forgotten like a dream upon waking. He had spoken of glory, of the empire stretching far and wide, of the Ottoman fleet carving its name into history. But here, in the eye of the storm, those stories felt like shadows, flickering and dying against the harsh light of reality. "Captain! We must make for shore," a voice shouted, cutting through the tumult. It was Hassan, his face pale and etched with panic. He had always been the pragmatic one, the voice of reason in the storm of ambition. But in that moment, even he seemed lost, staring into the abyss as if it were beckoning him closer. I felt the despair in his words, a plea wrapped in fear. The shore was a siren's call, but it came with its own set of dangers. To retreat was to admit defeat, to acknowledge that the winds of fate were not in their favor. Kara's jaw tightened, determination etched into the lines of her face. "We are the fleet," she screamed into the storm, defiance radiating from her like heat. The thunder roared in response, as if mocking her courage. But beneath that fierce exterior, I saw it, the flicker of doubt, the fear of failure lurking like a shadow ready to swallow her whole. She was battling not only the tempest outside but also the tempest within, a tempest wrought from the expectations of a formidable empire. And me? I was but a spectator, an observer of their struggles, caught in the web of their fates. The exhilaration of the storm mirrored the tempest of my own thoughts, leaving me breathless. I realized then that I had woven myself into their story, had become part of their hopes and dreams, their fears and failures. I felt the weight of their choices pressing down on my soul, heavy yet exhilarating, like the promise of dawn after a long, dark night. The sky roared again, the heavens unleashing their fury upon the ship. Water cascaded over the deck, fierce and unyielding, as if nature itself were punishing them for daring to dream. I remember the sound of wood splintering, the creak of the ship as it fought against the tide, a primal struggle for survival. "We're not done yet," Mehmet shouted, his voice rising above the chaos. "We are not mere shadows in the water." His words ignited something deep within me, a spark of hope that felt like a heartbeat in the darkness. They were not just sailors, they were warriors, willing to face the storm, willing to face their pasts and the ghosts that haunted them. Each wave was a reminder of their humanity, of their flawed desires and unyielding resolve. They were not just fighting to form an empire, they were fighting for their very souls. As the tempest raged and the ship creaked, I felt time slip away around me. The clock of fate ticked, each second a loud whisper of possibility and peril, a reminder that the future was never certain, always in flux. I could sense the weight of history, the ghosts of those who had come before, their dreams woven into the fabric of the sea. They were echoing, calling out from the depths, lessons of courage and despair entwined in their whispers. In the chaos, I caught a glimpse of their future, a fleeting image of triumph and heartbreak, of battles fought and sacrifices made. They were bound together by a shared fate, a destiny forged in the heart of the storm. And as I breathed in the salt-laden air, I realized that whatever lay ahead, glory or ruin, would never truly define them. It was the struggle, the fight against the abyss, that would echo through the ages, leaving its mark upon the world. The waves crashed harder, but with each swell, I felt a sense of kinship pulling us closer. In that moment, the horizon blurred, the storm and the promise of dawn intertwined, crafting a tapestry of hope and despair. With every heartbeat, I felt the pull of their story, a haunting melody that resonated deep within. And as the night wore on, as the storm raged fierce and relentless, I stood with them, on the edge of something vast and ungraspable, ready to confront whatever the cosmos had in store. The clock struck midnight, the sound echoing through the narrow, cobbled streets of a village where shadows danced like restless spirits. The air was thick with salt and secrets, a heavy blanket woven from the histories of those who dared to dream amidst the chaos. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, the salty breeze whispering warnings and promises alike. Below me, the Mediterranean glistened beneath the moonlight, a vast, unknowable expanse that had swallowed countless tales of love and loss, each wave a reminder of the story still waiting to be told. In that haunting moment, I saw her, Elena, her dark hair a cascade of silk, streaked with the silver of the moon. She stood at the edge of the cliff, eyes shut tightly, as if trying to erase the world. I could feel the pulsing tension between us, an electric current threatening to snap, to ignite everything. She was a tempest, raw, untamed, beautiful, and I was the calm that had never known the storm. I remember how we used to laugh at the absurdity of life, how we'd sit under the stars and wonder if the universe was laughing back at us. But tonight, laughter felt like a distant memory, and all that remained was fear, that gripping, suffocating fear. "Elena," I called, my voice just above a whisper, but the weight of it hung in the air like thick fog. It was a name filled with the fragrance of oranges and the bitterness of regret, and as I stepped closer, the ground beneath us trembled with unsaid things. Her eyes flickered open, and I saw the shadows lurking in the depths, the memories of her past clawing at her like a pack of wolves. "I can't," she murmured, her voice breaking like glass. "I can't go back." The echoes of her words ricocheted through me, igniting flashes of our shared history, those sun-soaked afternoons in the olive groves, the laughter spilling over like the wine we drank too freely. But that was before the ghosts returned, before the whispers of betrayal wrapped around her heart like a noose. "Please," I breathed, desperation clawing at my throat. "You don't have to face this alone." But she was already lost in her mind, spiraling into shadows where I couldn't follow. Memories of her father's anger, the weight of expectation that crushed her spirit, and the haunting realization that her dreams were a luxury she could no longer afford danced around us, suffocating every glimmer of hope. "You don't know what I've done," she whispered, and the words cut deep, a blade twisting in my heart. In the distance, a church bell tolled, its sound reverberating through the stillness, a reminder of the world we had left behind, of the choices that had led us to this precipice. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, the ones about the sailors lost at sea, their cries silenced by the waves. I felt like one of them, adrift, with no anchor to hold me in place, teetering on the brink of despair. And then, another figure emerged from the darkness, Marco, his presence like a cold wind sweeping through a summer's night. He had been the relentless storm in Elena's life, a reminder of all that was flawed and broken. I could see it in the way his eyes searched for her, a predator fixated on his prey, a hunger that was both familiar and terrifying. The tension between the three of us crackled with an intensity that felt like fire, like the moment before a storm breaks, a promise of chaos. "Leave her alone, Marco," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The words tasted like ash in my mouth, but I couldn't let him pull her back into the darkness. "You've taken enough." He laughed, a sound that was too sharp, too bitter. "You think you can save her? She loves the darkness. It's where she belongs." His gaze flicked to Elena, and in that moment, I saw the truth, a flicker of acknowledgement, a shadow of something deeper. It was a truth that shook my resolve because I knew, beneath the chaos, beneath the hurt, she tasted the sweetness of danger, of rebellion. Elena's breath hitched, and I felt the crack in her armor. "I don't want to be saved," she said, her voice trembling with an emotion that hit me like a wave. "I want to feel alive, even if it means embracing the shadows." Those words spiraled into the depths of my heart, twisting and turning like the tides beneath us, dragging me into an abyss of fear and longing. "Then you'll drown," I whispered, the truth of it a brand on my soul. "You'll drown in a sea of regret." Tears filled my eyes as I realized I could not pull her from the edge of her own abyss. She was so close, yet so far, her heart bound to a past that refused to let her go. I could feel my own heart breaking, each crack a reminder that love is often a cruel, bittersweet game. In that moment, Marco stepped forward, his presence a shadow that loomed over us. "You think you know her?" he taunted, the venom drenching his words. "You think you can save her from herself? You're nothing but a moment, a whisper in the wind. She needs someone who understands the darkness." And as he spoke, the air thickened with the weight of truth, a palpable thing that pressed against my chest. I could feel the ghosts of choices and paths taken fill the space around us, swirling like the fog that cloaked our village. Time slipped through my fingers like grains of sand, each second a reminder of what was at stake. "Stop!" Elena cried out suddenly, a warrior emerging from the shadows, her voice echoing through the night. "Stop! I will choose my own path." The strength in her words pulled me closer, igniting a flicker of hope even as my heart ached for her. And in that moment, as the stars flickered above us, I knew the confrontation was inevitable, a collision of hearts and destinies that would reverberate through the ages. The Mediterranean roared in the distance, a furious symphony of waves crashing against rocks, and I felt the pull of history, the weight of every choice spiraling into the void. I was standing on the edge of something vast, something ungraspable. The shadows of our past loomed large, but the promise of tomorrow shimmered just out of reach. I remember the taste of salt on my lips, the thrill of the unknown whispering like the wind through the olive trees. And as we stood there, caught in the web of our emotions, I knew this moment was only the beginning, an awakening, a reckoning that would ripple through the very fabric of our lives. The storm was brewing, and with every heartbeat, we were pulled deeper into its embrace, into the fierce beauty of what it meant to truly live. The crash of wood against wood echoed across the harbor, mingling with the cries of the wounded as the moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel above the chaos. I stood there, heart racing, the salty air mingling with the metallic tang of blood, a reminder that life could pivot on the edge of a sword. The Janissaries, the Empire's elite and feared, those who had walked through fire and emerged as living legends, were preparing for a battle on the sea that would either seal their fate or plunge the Empire into a despair deeper than the midnight sky. I remember Layla, a fierce spirit wrapped in shadows, her eyes ablaze with an urgency that pierced the night. She clutched her weapon, a glimmering scimitar, as if it was an extension of her very soul. "They think we are mere pawns," she spat, her voice trembling with defiance. "But we are the storm. We will drown them." I could feel her resolve, an electric current that ran through the air, igniting something primal within me. The weight of her expectation pressed down, suffocating yet exhilarating. Beside her stood Omar, tall and broad-shouldered, a mountain of a man whose heart bore the burden of countless battles. His hand shook, not from fear, but from the ghosts that haunted him, those who had fallen under his command. "This isn't just a fight, Layla," he murmured, his voice thick with regret. "It's a dance with death. We must remember those who won't return." I saw the shadows flicker in his gaze, a haunting reflection of the lives lost, the comrades who had shared laughter and dreams over shared rations. The ships loomed ahead, dark silhouettes against the swirling mists. I could hear the muffled commands of the captains, the tension palpable like a taut string ready to snap. The Janissaries were not just warriors, they were the embodiment of the Empire's wrath, forged through blood and fire, yet they danced on the edge of a blade. Would they emerge victorious or fragmented like driftwood cast aside by the storm? The water's surface shimmered, a deceptive calm that belied the chaos beneath. I remember the scent of the brine, sharp and pungent, like a warning that clawed at my throat. As we rushed aboard, the clanging of metal filled the air, drowning out the fading cries of the city left behind. The Janissaries moved with a fierce grace, every step a rhythm, every breath a countdown to the inevitable clash. Then came the silence, the kind that wraps around you like a shroud. The world held its breath as the enemy ships surged forward, their dark sails billowing like the wings of harpies. I felt my heart thud in rhythm with the drums of war, a relentless beat that pulled me deeper into the maelstrom. I could see Layla's fierce determination, her eyes reflecting both the fire of battle and the darkness of loss, while Omar's brow furrowed with a storm of thoughts unspoken. "Promise me, if I fall," Layla began, her voice trembling like a candle in a breeze. "I won't let you go," Omar interrupted, a fierce promise that cut through the tension. "Not now, not ever." His voice shook, a solid anchor in a sea of uncertainty, and I felt every word wrap around us like an embrace. But the wind shifted, bringing with it the scent of smoke and the bitter taste of fear. The first clash was a cacophony, a symphony of chaos as steel met steel, the sounds reverberating through my bones. I remember the rush of adrenaline as we surged forward, the world narrowing to the point of my weapon, a tool of life and death, an extension of my will. Layla fought like a whirlwind, her scimitar slicing through the air with deadly precision, a dancer spinning amidst the chaos. Each enemy she felt like a victory, yet with every swing, I could see the toll it took on her spirit. Omar was a mountain, unwavering amidst the storm, yet his eyes betrayed him. With every clash, I could feel the weight of his memories, the faces of those he had lost flashing in the corners of his mind. The ghosts whispered their regrets, urging him to remember them. Each swing of his sword was a tribute, each enemy felt a step closer to redemption, but the burden was heavy, threatening to crush him under its weight. The skies darkened as the battle raged on, the weight of the moment drawing in around us like a thick fog. I remember the screams, flesh tearing, blood spilling like crimson ink across the pages of our tragic saga. Layla stumbled, a blade finding its mark, and time froze. I could see the light dim in her eyes, her fierceness slipping away like sand through fingers. "Omar," she gasped, and I felt a shiver crawl down my spine. He was there in an instant, a force of nature, but it was too late. His scream pierced the air, a primal roar that shattered the night. I could feel the world crack around me, as if the ground itself mourned. The reality of loss is a cruel master, and I stood paralyzed, the tide of battle crashing around me while Omar's grief painted the air thick with despair. But the fight surged on, relentless. I was a shadow caught in the chaos, a mere observer of devastation as the Janissaries fought with the ferocity of trapped beasts. Their spirits intertwined with the sea, each cut and thrust echoing the cries of the fallen. I could taste the salt and the blood, an elixir of my own fear and determination. This was not just a battle, it was a reckoning. The Janissaries were warriors, yes, but they were more, each one a tempest of emotion, a living testament to the cost of loyalty, love, and sacrifice. In the depths of turmoil, I could sense the looming specter of what was to come, a weight that pressed down on my heart. The battle would either forge legends or shatter spirits, but as I stood amidst the storm, I knew the echoes of this night would ripple through time, forever entwined with the legacy of the Janissaries, a legacy etched in the shadows of the moonlit sea, waiting for the dawn that might never come. And so, the conflict raged on, the tides of fate entwining us in a dance as old as time itself, where every heartbeat resonated through the darkness, drawing us deeper into the abyss. The night was far from over, and the battle was just beginning. The air was thick with salt and the distant wails of sirens, as though the city itself was weeping for the chaos that surged around it. I stood at the edge of the harbor, the waves crashing against the stone like a heartbeat, a pulse that echoed the growing tension in my chest. Constantinople, the city of dreams, a fortress of shadows, where every stone whispered secrets of ambition and betrayal. My heart raced, for I was not just a spectator, I was part of this unfolding tempest, a pawn caught in the relentless dance of power. Across the docks, I could see him, Demetrius, his back hunched under the weight of his leather satchel, eyes scanning the horizon as if searching for a ghost. He was a merchant, a dreamer, and an idealist, always hopeful that a clever trade could change the world. But today, hope hung like a thread, fraying at the edges while darkness loomed over our beloved city. I remembered the way his laughter had once filled the air, how we'd shared dreams of riches and greatness. I remember when the sun smiled upon our ambitions, before the shadows crept in. The shadows, the embodiment of dread that wrapped around us. The rival factions were rising, and the air crackled with impending violence. Each word exchanged in hushed whispers felt like a ticking clock, a countdown to catastrophe. I felt my own breath shallow, stifled by the weight of history pressing down on us. This was not just a port, it was the lifeblood of empires, a gateway between worlds. The pulse of trade flowed here, but within those currents lurked betrayal, greed, and despair. I turned to see Katerina, her fierce beauty marred by the turmoil in her heart. She was a spy, a woman of shadows and secrets, caught between love and loyalty. Her emerald eyes glinted with resolve, but I could see the cracks, each one a reminder of the choices we'd made. "We need to leave," she urged, her voice low but laced with urgency. "They are watching." I nodded, but my feet felt heavy, as though the cobblestones had turned to lead. I was paralyzed by the enormity of what lay ahead. I could almost hear the whispers of the city, the ghosts of those who had walked these streets before us, their stories woven into the very fabric of Constantinople. The merchants, the warriors, the lovers, each heartbeat a testament to the city's eternal struggle. "Do you remember the night we first met?" Katerina asked, her voice softening as she stepped closer. "The Festival of Lights? The way the lanterns danced in the evening sky." I felt a warmth spread through me, contrary to the chill of the gathering storm. Yes, I remembered. I remembered laughter, the sweet scent of honeyed pastries, and the promise of the future, before the schemers had twisted our fates, before the city itself turned on us. "I remember," I said, but the words felt like ash in my mouth. "But those days are gone. The city is changing." Demetrius joined us, his face pale, panic etched into his features. "The ships are coming. They're not trading, they're bringing war." His voice trembled, and it sent a shiver down my spine. The very essence of our lives was about to be shattered, as if the sands of time had shifted beneath us. The harbor was alive with movement, sailors shouting orders, merchants scrambling to protect their wares, and the scent of impending doom wafting through the salt air. I felt the city's anxiety seep into my bones, the urgency, the desperation, the undeniable sense of foreboding. Constantinople was a strategic port, the epicenter of a struggle that would determine the fate of empires, and we were caught in the crossfire. "Do you think they'll spare us?" Demetrius whispered, his voice quaking. "We're just traders, Katerina, just what?" She cut in, her voice sharp as a blade. "Just collateral damage in someone else's game." Her words hung in the air, a bitter truth that clenched my gut. I thought of my family, how they had sacrificed so much for a better life, and the thought of their suffering fueled a fire within me. I had to act, but fear gripped me. What could a mere merchant do against the tide of war? But the city was not just stone and mortar, it was alive, a breathing entity that cradled our hopes and fears. I remembered the stories of those who had fought for this land, those who had faced insurmountable odds and clawed their way to victory. I could feel their spirits swirling around us, a tempest of courage and defiance. We were not powerless. In our hearts, we carried the weight of those who had come before us, and though we trembled, we stood united, Demetrius, Katerina, and I, a fragile trinity against the abyss. "I will not leave," I said, my voice stronger now, rising above the chaos. "Whatever happens, I will fight for this city." We must protect what we love. Demetrius looked at me, his eyes wide, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the flicker of hope igniting once more. Katerina stepped closer, the warmth of her presence anchoring me. "Then we fight together," she declared, her determination radiating like a beacon. The tide was turning, not just in the harbor but within us. The weight of Constantinople pressed upon our shoulders, but we would not bow. Darkness loomed like a specter, taunting us with uncertainty, but here, in this moment, we found our strength. We embraced the storm, wrapped ourselves in the spirit of the city, and forged a path toward the unknown. The shadows danced around us as we prepared to confront our fate. The sirens in the distance grew louder, a chorus of impending doom, but beneath that cacophony was the heartbeat of Constantinople, raw, unyielding, alive. We were on the brink of a confrontation that would change everything, echoing through history, and we would not go quietly into the night. This was no ordinary day, it was the crucible of our lives. Each breath, each heartbeat, a promise, to fight, to love, to hold on to our dreams, even as the shadows threatened to consume us. We were more than mere pawns, we were the architects of our destiny, and in the chaos, we would carve our names into the annals of history. The city watched, waited, and whispered our truth. The planks of the ship creaked beneath me, each sound a harbinger of doom. Salt water sprayed my face like an accusing finger, each drop a reminder that the eddies of the Bosphorus could swallow us whole. I could hear the whispers of the men around me, their voices barely audible over the roar of the waves. I was a captain, a title bestowed on me, though I hardly felt worthy of it. The weight of responsibility pressed down on me, suffocating, while fear clawed at my chest like a ravenous beast. "Are we ready?" The tremor in my voice was unmistakable, betraying the storm within. Beside me stood Elias, his eyes wide with a mix of defiance and terror, the color of the sea beneath a thundercloud. He was young, too young, really. His hands trembled as he clutched the sword, a relic of the Byzantine Empire, its blade gleaming with the promise of history, of glory, and perhaps, of death. I remember the stories, Captain," he whispered, his gaze darting toward the horizon, where the silhouettes of Ottoman ships loomed like dark omens. "The Byzantine navy was invincible once. They say it was the sea that served us." His voice cracked as he spoke, filled with a fragile hope that hung in the air like the scent of rain before a storm. But that was the past, and the past was a ghost. The Ottomans had learned from us, turned our tactics against us. Their ships, once mere shadows in our wake, now bore down on us like wolves, hungry and relentless. I could feel the memory of our navy's glory suffocating me, like a shroud woven from the threads of lost battles and fading spirits. "Elias," I said, forcing the weight of my heart into my words. "It's not just the ships we need, it's the heart. Just like the Byzantines fought with their spirit, we must bring our own." In the distance, the beating of drums began, a thunderous rhythm that matched the pounding of my heart. The Ottomans were advancing, their forms as dark and jagged as the storm clouds gathering overhead. I remembered the stories of the Byzantine fleet, their cunning and strategy, the way they had outmaneuvered larger forces with guile and a fierce loyalty to one another. But those days were gone, a distant memory slipping through our fingers like sand. "Look!" Elias shouted, pointing. "They're changing formation." His eyes were wide with the excitement of the moment, but I could see the fear lurking beneath the surface. Each adjustment they made was tactical, deliberate, they were testing our resolve, probing for weaknesses like a serpent ready to strike. As the Ottoman ships closed in, a thrill surged through me, an intoxicating mix of dread and adrenaline. I was not just a captain, I was a pawn caught in a game played by gods. I could taste the salt of the sea and the metallic tang of blood hanging in the air. Everything around me blurred, a whirlwind of chaos and noise, but it all came down to this, the fight for survival. "Ready the cannons!" My command sliced through the cacophony, and the men sprang into action. The sound of wood scraping against wood and men shouting filled my ears. I felt a rush of hope, we could still win this. We had the spirit of Byzantium, intelligence, cunning, and the will to fight. But it was there, in the flurry of preparation, that I saw it, the flicker of doubt in Elias's eyes. I reached for him, gripping his shoulder tightly. "You are stronger than you know. Remember the tales of the Navy. They fought not just with weapons but with their hearts. Steel your resolve." His gaze met mine, and for a moment, I could see the fire igniting within him, a fierce spark that spoke of bravery. Then, just as quickly, the shadow of fear eclipsed it once more. I had seen fear before, I had watched it consume men, twist their courage into knots of despair. The moment stretched, heavy with unspoken words and ominous silence. Everything shifted, the air crackled with electric tension. Time folded upon itself, and I could almost hear the whispers of past captains urging us forward. "Remember us," they seemed to call. "Remember the spirit of the sea." The Ottomans surged forward like a tidal wave, their ships cutting through the water with a ferocity that sent chills down my spine. I felt my breath hitch in my throat, as if the very air had thickened with dread. But it was too late for retreat. The moment had come to confront our fears, to embody the fighting spirit that had once made us invincible. "Fire!" The command erupted from my lips, raw and primal. The cannons roared, a symphony of destruction that shattered the morning calm. The flames belched forth, illuminating the sea in a hellish glow. The clash of metal and wood rang out, drowning the cries of men in a cacophony of chaos. Elias stood at my side, his face a mask of determination and terror. "We're hitting them," he shouted, eyes alight with a fierce glow. But as I turned to give him an encouraging nod, I saw it, the moment when hope began to flicker like a candle in the wind. A gaping hull in the Ottoman vessel, yes, we had struck true. But the victory felt hollow as I noticed the number of their ships multiplying, darkening the horizon, as if the very sea itself conspired against us. All around, the clash of steel rang like a death knell. Men shouted, some in triumph, others in despair. The battle was a whirlwind, a storm of emotion swirling like a tempest in my chest. I remembered Elias's youthful bravery, the flicker of hope that had ignited within him. Was I leading him to glory or to the abyss? The question gnawed at me as the Ottomans pressed forward, their tactics honed from years of watching us, learning our strengths and exploiting our weaknesses. Every moment felt like an eternity as the battle raged on, the cries of the wounded and dying melding into a haunting chorus. I was lost in the fray, surrounded by the ghosts of my ancestors, haunting reminders of what once was. The Byzantine navy had been our strength, but now we were but shadows of that legacy, trapped in a conflict that felt both eternal and ephemeral. I could see Elias, a flicker of resolve igniting once more in his stance, a reminder that hope could still flourish even on the edge of despair. The fight wasn't over. It was just beginning, a grotesque dance on the precipice of oblivion, where every heartbeat thudded louder in the face of insurmountable odds. And there, amidst the chaos, I realized, the battle was not merely against the Ottomans. It was against time, against legacy, against the very shadow of fear that threatened to consume us all. With a final, defiant shout, we plunged deeper into the fray, hearts pounding, breaths heavy with anticipation. The world around us was chaos, but within that chaos, we would find our strength. The influence of the Byzantine navy still echoed in our blood, and though the tides had changed, the heart of the fight remained alive, pulsing, waiting to unleash the fury of 1,000 years of history. The night stretched like a taut bowstring, every shadow a whisper of dread. The scent of salt hung heavy in the air, mingling with the sweat of men ready to gamble their lives on the waves. I stood on the edge of the deck, the rhythmic crashing of the dark sea echoing in my chest, a heartbeat pounding against the eerie silence that enveloped us. A storm was brewing, yes, above and below, in the clouds and in the hearts of every sailor and soldier. I remember the way the moon glanced off the water, its silver light a cruel mockery of hope in this abyss. I remember Ahmed, eyes wide with fear, his hands trembling as he gripped the wooden rail. "What if we're swallowed whole?" he whispered, his voice cracking like the splintering wood of our ship. I wanted to laugh, to brush off his terror with bravado, but the knot tightening in my gut silenced my tongue. We were men of the Ottoman Empire, going into battle for the first time on the open sea, against the mighty Venetian fleet. And every heartbeat felt like a countdown to doom. But Ahmet was not alone. There was Mustafa, his face a storm of conflicting emotions, anger and fear warring within him. His father had fought bravely in the land battles, carving their family's name into the annals of history with blood and valor. He'd always said the sea was a jealous mistress, one that swallowed men whole without a second thought. I remember the way his fists clenched, the knuckles white with rage. "We must show them," he spat, "show them our strength." But I saw it then, the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. What strength could we muster against seasoned sailors who danced on the waves like the wind itself? The ship creaked mournfully, as if it too sensed the dread weighing down on our souls. We were all but children playing at war, and yet we were sailing toward an uncertain fate. I remember the clamor of voices rising, the men trying to mask their fear, laughter echoing hollowly through the air. "A fine day for a swim," one shouted, his bravado only skin deep. But as the horizon swallowed the sun whole, the laughter faded, swallowed by the vastness that surrounded us. The dark clouds loomed ominously, a tapestry of impending doom. I felt it in my bones, a chill creeping up my spine. I remember staring into the abyss, thinking of the ghosts that might haunt this battlefield. Each wave that slapped against the hull felt like a hand reaching out, beckoning us into the cold, unforgiving depths. If we die, let it be glorious, I thought, though I couldn't quite silence the voice whispering that glory was a fleeting ghost, one we might never grasp. Then, the thunder of cannons echoed in the distance, shaking the very marrow of our beings. The sound was like a death knell, vibrating through the air and wrapping around our throats, choking us. Ahmet gasped, and I turned to him, his face pale as though the very blood had drained from his body. "What now?" he asked, his voice trembling. The question hung heavy, a taut wire stretched to breaking. "Now we fight!" Mustafa roared, as if trying to will courage into our bones. We could hear the Venetian ships slicing through the water, carving their path toward us like hungry wolves. The sky grew darker, the winds howled, and with each passing moment, dread clawed at my heart. But still, we were bound to this fate, the first major naval engagement of our empire. I remember the first time I had set sail as a young boy, the thrill of the wind in my hair, the promise of adventure ahead. But this was no adventure. This was survival. I glanced at Ahmet, his eyes wide, fear morphing into something primal, something raw as the realization settled in. We were no longer navigating a peaceful sea, we were bound for a storm that would consume us whole. The ships crashed together with a bone-shattering thud, men screaming, the sound tearing through the air like a rabid beast. I felt the splatter of blood on my hands, the metallic taste of fear rising in my throat. In that moment, I was no longer a boy, no longer a dreamer. I was a soldier, thrust into the cacophony of chaos, the haunting cries of men engulfing me, echoing my own inner terror. Mustafa fought like a demon unleashed, a whirlwind of rage and desperation. I saw him thrust his sword into an enemy, the wildness in his eyes a mirror of the storm raging above us. But for every Venetian we felled, it felt as though 10 more emerged, like shadows in a nightmare. Ahmet, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place, his eyes darting around as if searching for an escape. I could see the struggle within him, the desire to flee warring against the chains of loyalty binding him to us. "Ahmet!" I screamed, my voice a desperate plea as I pushed through the chaos towards him. But the din of the battle swallowed my words, drowned them in the roar of cannon fire and the clashing of steel. The world around us spun out of control, images blurring into a collage of horror and heartache. Time twisted, memories of laughter and light colliding with the grim reality of death. And then, at that moment, everything crystallized into a single heartbeat, a breath suspended in time. I caught Ahmet's eye, and the fear that had once paralyzed him morphed into something fierce, a flicker of determination igniting in the depths. Together, we charged forward, fueled by the bond of brotherhood that had formed in the quiet moments, in the shared laughter before the storm. The sea roared. The night was ours. But at what cost? In the grip of chaos, we fought not just against the Venetians but against the shadows lurking in our hearts. Each clash of metal was a reminder of our mortality, each scream a ghost whispering promises of glory and despair. I knew then that this battle wouldn't just shape the fate of empires, it would carve something deeper into our souls. We were warriors, yes, but we were also men, flawed and fragile, navigating the darkest waters of our hearts. And as the tempest raged on, I wondered if we could ever emerge unscathed, or if we were destined to become whispers lost in the depths of history. The world around us spun like a tempest, the line between fear and fury blurring into a beautiful, terrible chaos. And in that moment, I realized, we were all tied to this fate, woven into the very fabric of the storm, and the heart of the Ottoman Empire beat fiercely, dangerously, against the night. The sea roared, a cacophony of waves crashing like thunder against the hull of a ship fighting for its life. It was 1620, the morning sun dripping crimson across a churning horizon, and aboard the Fortune's Folly fear had never tasted so bitter. I remember the scents, the salt, the sweat, the smoke of gunpowder mingling with the rising tide of dread. My heart raced, each thud echoing the chant of sailors on deck, "To arms! To arms!" They knew what the swell of the waves whispered, a warning that danced just beyond the reach of reason. I stood there, frozen, gripped by a sense of foreboding. Bartholomew, my younger brother, was at the helm, his knuckles white against the wheel, determination carved into his features. "We can fight them off, Clara," he urged, hope spilling from his lips, even as his voice trembled with the weight of uncertainty. In a world where death was a constant companion, I wanted to believe him. But I could see it in his eyes, the fear lurking beneath that bravado, the knowledge that we were not just battling the storm but the infamous corsairs of Barbary, merciless pirates with blades as sharp as their wits. I had heard the tales, the gruesome stories that danced around taverns as men drowned their sorrows in cheap ale. The corsairs were shadows, figures that haunted every whisper of the coast, predators cloaked in the night. They did not just take gold, they feasted on souls. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. "Clara!" Bartholomew's voice sliced through the fog of my thoughts. "We need to make a choice." A choice? The very word twisted in my gut. What was left to choose but between surrender and death? I could see the other ships in the distance, hulls splintering under the onslaught of cannon fire. I remembered our dreams, each one soaked in the bright hues of adventure and laughter, now rendered grey under the weight of impending doom. As I looked at Bartholomew, the flicker of childhood innocence fading from his gaze, I felt the ground beneath me shift. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, more to myself than to him. The distant echo of drums thrummed through the air, a sinister celebration of the hunt. Then they appeared, like phantoms rising from the depths, black sails against a backdrop of unyielding grey. The sirens grasp their flagship, bore the mark of a raven, a symbol of death and despair. I could almost hear the cawing through the howling winds, a mockery of our lives, poised on the edge of a knife. Bartholomew bellowed orders, yet inside me, a storm brewed more ferocious than the one outside. I was torn, the fierce loyalty to my brother waged war against the instinct to flee, to save myself from the horror that awaited us. "We can't fight them. We'll die," I shouted, desperation lacing my voice. "Then we will die as free men," he roared back, but I could see the cracks in his bravado. In that moment, I understood, he was not just fighting for survival, he was fighting for the family we had lost, for the father who once spoke of our bloodline's noble lineage. It was a ghost that haunted him, a spectre that gnawed at my heart. The Corso ship closed the distance with a chilling, effortless grace. I could see their faces now, sun-kissed skin, eyes glinting with an insatiable hunger. Each one wore the scars of countless battles, men who had traded their humanity for a life of pillage. Despite the fear coursing through me, I couldn't help but admire their audacity. They were the night, and we were the flickering candle, flickering and fading. I remembered my mother's laughter, sweet and melodic, a stark contrast to our harsh reality. "You must be brave, Clara," she would say, "for bravery is the currency of survival." How naive she was, unknowing of the true cost, the blood, the pain, the heartache. "Clara, we need to—" Bartholomew's words were swallowed by the roar of the waves as cannonballs whistled overhead, like angry bees seeking to sting. He staggered, and without thinking, I lunged forward to anchor him back to reality. But reality was a cruel mistress, and our ship rocked violently, tossing us against the railing. I grasped the wood, heart hammering, adrenaline coursing through my veins as primal instinct kicked in. I was not just a sister, I was a warrior, and in that moment, I could feel the fire igniting within me. "We fight!" I screamed, pulling my brother close. "We fight or we die." On the other side of the deck, a corsair, a fierce woman with wild hair and eyes the color of storm clouds, stood poised, a wicked grin splitting her face. She raised her sword, and with it, an unholy cheer erupted from her crew. The drums beat faster, a tribal rhythm echoing the chaos around us. "Fight for your lives!" I roared, the words spilling from my lips like spilled blood. My heart raced, each beat a reminder of the life I had yet to live, the dreams I clung to. I was no longer a frightened girl, I was a tempest of rage and fear, a force of nature backed against the wall. But in the depths of my soul, a flicker of doubt crawled like a serpent. What if this was it? What if the dreams of my youth, the hopes we carried, crumbled into dust before my eyes? As the corsair ship came alongside, I felt the weight of our fate pressing down, a suffocating shroud. Bartholomew gripped my hand, his pulse matching mine, a syncopated heartbeat echoing the chaos around us. Together, he mouthed, and I nodded. We could face the abyss as one, two souls entwined against the world. And as the battle erupted, a clash of steel and screams, I couldn't help but wonder, would we become the ghosts that haunted the sea, or would we carve our names into the fabric of history like the corsairs, forever entwined in the dance of life and death? But there were no answers in the thrumming chaos, only the relentless march of fate. With every swing of the sword, every cry of defiance, the line between freedom and captivity blurred, and the haunting shadows of the corsairs loomed larger, darker. We were not alone. We were never alone. In this tempest of despair, hope flickered like a candle, and in its light, I saw the possibility of survival, however fleeting it may be. And so we fought. The sea roared like a beast awakened, waves crashing against the hull of the Ottoman ship, the Sultana as if the very ocean conspiring against them. I stand on the deck, drenched in salt and fear, heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. Around me, men shout orders, their voices lost to the chaos of the storm, yet their faces are illuminated by flashes of lightning, revealing grim determination carved into every feature. There's no time for doubt, no room for fear. We are warriors of the sea, defenders, conquerors, and this tempest is merely the edge of what awaits. Yusuf stands beside me, eyes wide but unyielding, a fire igniting within. His hands grip the rail as if holding on to his very sanity. Just yesterday, we were laughing over stale bread and watered wine, boasting of our dreams, his of love, mine of glory. But now, as the ship tilts dangerously, I see the shadows of doubt flickering behind his courage. "We'll make it," he shouts, though even he knows the ocean can be a merciless judge. I want to believe him, to feel the warmth of possibility against the bitter cold of reality. The Sultana was not just a ship, she was a testament to the innovations of our empire, a floating fortress, a marvel of engineering, a weapon of relentless ambition. Her sails billow like the wings of a great bird, cutting through the waves, an extension of our hopes and fears. Each inch of her was crafted with a purpose, the ironclad hull a promise to our enemies, and to ourselves. But as the storm rages, I wonder if even the might of the Ottomans can tame the fury of nature. I remember the day we first laid eyes on her. It was a dawn cloaked in gold, the harbor alive with the scent of brine and promise. I recall the way Yusuf's breath caught in his throat as the ship emerged from the mist, her silhouette majestic and imposing. In that moment, we were children again, our dreams unfurling like the sails above us. "Look at her," he'd exclaimed, the oar spilling from his lips as if she were a celestial being. "She's everything we've ever wanted." But ambition has a cost, doesn't it? The whispers of the court seem louder now, echoing in my mind like the ghost of a past that will not die. The Ottomans are strong, they say, but their grip on the waves is slipping. Each word laced with envy and dread, a reminder that the world we built is fragile, strung together by hope and the strength of men like Yusuf and me. The winds howl, and I feel the weight of the empire pressing down on my shoulders, the burden of a legacy yearning for more. Then it strikes, a deafening crack of thunder splits the sky, a moment of clarity piercing the madness. All at once, we are thrown into chaos, the ship shudders, a harbinger of doom. The sea, relentless and hungry, swells higher, threatening to swallow us whole. I see Yusuf stumble, a man caught between terror and his resolve, his fear painted starkly against the raging storm. In that fleeting moment, he is not just a friend but a mirror reflecting my own doubts. "We fight, don't we?" he yells over the cacophony, desperation lacing his voice. I nod, though inside, I feel as if I am submerged beneath the weight of our dreams, drowning in the depths of uncertainty. The Sultana is more than wood and iron, she is a vessel of our souls, the embodiment of our dreams and our nightmares coiled together like serpents. Each cannon aboard her was a promise to crush our fears, each sail a banner of hope unfurling against adversity. Yet here we are, caught in the merciless jaws of nature, where all our advancements seem futile. I remember the tales of our forefathers, of how the Ottomans harnessed the sea's fury and tamed it with sheer will. They spoke of galleons swift as the wind, of oarsmen whose muscles rippled with strength. I think of the meticulous designs, the innovations that have turned our naval prowess into a legend. But legends are nothing but shadows dancing in the light, realities are forged in fire and blood. Hold fast! The captain's voice cuts through the tempest, a lifeline amidst the swirling chaos. I grip the rail tighter, knuckles white, as the ship lurches. The sails snap violently, the sound echoing like a battle cry, like a promise that we are not yet defeated. I glance at Yusuf, and in that split second, I see his resolve harden, the same tenacity that ignited our dreams. There's a fire in his eyes now, a fierce determination that pulls me closer to the edge. I remember the times we laughed, the way we dreamed of the sea, how its embrace felt like freedom. We conjured visions of conquest, of triumph over our enemies. But now, as the sky darkens above us, I wonder if our ambitions have led us astray. We were fools, I think, a chilling realization settling over me. But Yusuf, he has that spark, a defiance that ignites the fading embers of my hope. "Remember our dreams, my friend," he shouts, a beacon in the storm. "That's what keeps us alive." And I remember the warmth of the sun on our backs, the laughter shared under the stars, the fire in our bellies. With each wave that crashes over us, my spirit rises and falls, a dance with the tempest, a chaotic rhythm of life and death. The Sultana groans, the timbers straining against the onslaught, but we are not just fighting the storm, we are battling our own fears, our own limitations. The sea may be a dark abyss, but within its depths lies the essence of our existence, intertwined with the very fabric of our identities. "Fight!" I scream, the word escaping into the wind, a mantra against despair. The crew rallies, our voices merging in a cacophony of defiance. We are the Ottomans, a force of nature ourselves, and we will not yield. Not today. The storm rages, but within the heart of chaos, a strange calm settles over us. In the face of fury, we find our strength. We are not just men aboard a ship, we are the embodiment of an empire's dreams, a tapestry woven with hope and ambition. And as we brace against the tempest, I realize that our story does not end here. It is only the beginning, a fierce continuation of a legacy carved against the tides of time, one that will echo through the ages, long after this storm has passed. And in that realization, I find a fleeting serenity amidst the chaos, an understanding that history is not merely written in victories but in the courage to rise against the waves, again and again, until we become legends ourselves. The air crackled with tension, 1,000 heartbeats drumming in unison against the canvas of the night sky. The horizon lay swallowed by darkness, a yawning chasm that seemed to consume all light. My skin prickled, the salty breeze whispered secrets from the waves crashing against the ships. I stood at the bow, the scent of fear mixed with the briny sea, a cocktail that sent chills racing down my spine. Somewhere among the shadows, the men murmured their last prayers, their voices trembling like the fading light of a dying candle. I remember the weight of the moment, like a noose tightening around my throat. The Battle of Preveza loomed, a gaping maw ready to swallow us whole. Ali Pasha, the fierce Ottoman commander, was my ghostly counterpart, shadowed beneath the weight of his own ambitions. To him, this wasn't just a battle, it was a gateway to glory, his dreams of conquest draped in the silks of victory. I could almost feel his pulse throbbing through the very air, a relentless heartbeat of ambition. But I also sensed the undercurrent of desperation coursing through him, a man caught between the chains of duty and the desire for immortality. And then there was Andrea Doria, the Venetian admiral, a man of frail courage cloaked in an armor of bravado. I could see him pacing the deck like a caged lion, his mind a storm, filled with the weight of expectation. I could feel his uncertainty, a ghost haunting his every move. Would he rise to the occasion, or would the shadows of doubt consume him? The moonlight flickered across his furrowed brow, each line a testament to his burden, each crease a silent scream. I remember the whispers of the past, the stories that swelled in the night air. Tales of glory, tales of blood, of men who fought not just for their lives but for their names to echo through the annals of history. I could taste the fear, thick and bitter, yet laced with the sweetness of ambition. The ships bobbed in the water, restless, like caged beasts sensing the coming storm. "Remember your duty," Doria had said, his voice a cracked whisper filled with fervent resolve. But duty felt heavy, like a leaden shroud. Each man on this ship bore the weight of their own universe, of lost loves, of broken dreams. The stars flickered above us, indifferent witnesses to our struggles, their ancient light offering no comfort, only the promise of oblivion. I remember the moments before the clash, the eerie silence that enveloped us, a pregnant pause before the crescendo. There was beauty in that silence, a haunting melody that danced between hope and despair. And yet, lurking beneath the surface was an undercurrent of dread, a shadow creeping across the deck like an impending storm. Then came the first clash, the shattering cacophony of metal on metal. The world exploded around us. My heart raced like a wild stallion, a frantic pulse beating against the confines of my chest. Men screamed, the sounds echoing over the waves, twisted cries that carved into the night, each shout a reminder of our mortality. I felt the vibration of cannon fire resonate in my bones, each blast a reminder of the fragility of life. Ali Pasha stood at the helm, his eyes ablaze with fervor, a tempest of fury and determination. The ocean roared beneath us, as if it too was alive, eager to engulf our souls. I caught a glimpse of him, fierce and unyielding, yet a flicker of doubt danced within his gaze, a fleeting moment that betrayed the weight of his ambition. Doria fought valiantly, each swing of his sword a testament to his resolve, yet I could see it in his eyes, the fleeting memory of family, of laughter echoing in halls long past. Each clash and parry was a reminder of what he fought for, but also what he stood to lose. Would he return home a hero, or would he become another shadow lost to the sea? And amidst the chaos, I felt the weight of time pressing down. The clock of destiny ticked louder, each chime echoing in my mind, reverberating through the mayhem. It was a reminder that life hangs by a fragile thread, woven between moments of triumph and despair. The battle raged like a storm unleashed, the water stained crimson, the sky a canvas of chaos. I remember the faces, young men, filled with dreams and fears, now lost to the fury of war. I lost myself in their eyes, each a mirror reflecting the fragility of existence. We fought not just for the present but for the echoes of our pasts, for the dreams we had yet to fulfill. And then it happened, a moment so sharp, so unforgiving that it pierced through the chaos. Time slowed. A bullet flew, slicing through the air, a whisper of doom. I watched as it found its mark, so the spark of life extinguished, the light fading from eyes that moments ago were filled with courage. The sound of his body hitting the deck was a haunting reminder that war is a relentless beast, devouring everything in its path. The screams grew louder, the tides of battle shifting, each moment a reminder of the fragility of hope. I remember the swell of desperation that rose within me. Would we prevail, or would we be swept away in the dark tides of history, mere footnotes in a tale of conquest? The moon hung high, casting a ghostly glow over the battlefield. I felt time slip away, each heartbeat a countdown to an uncertain ending. We fought not just for victory but for the very essence of what it meant to be alive, to be remembered. And as the battle raged on, I realized something profound, a truth that lingered in the air like smoke. The significance of proviso was not just in land won or lost, but in the hearts clawing for survival, for honor, for a legacy that could withstand the test of time. Each strike, each cry was a testament to our humanity, to our eternal struggle against the shadows that threatened to engulf us. In the chaos, I felt a surge of clarity. I understood, in the darkest of moments, we are not just fighting for ourselves. We fight for each other, for every soul intertwined in this fragile tapestry of existence. And in that realization, I found hope, a flickering flame against the overwhelming darkness. The battle continued, an endless tide of courage and fear, each moment a heartbeat in the ongoing saga of life and death. I remember the night sky above, the stars indifferent to our plight, yet I felt them watching, waiting, as if to say, "You are not alone." And so, we fought, not just for victory at Preveza, but for the very essence of what it means to be human, flawed, resilient, and forever yearning for a chance to leave our mark on this vast, merciless universe. Blood stained the saltwater, an offering to Poseidon beneath a brooding sky. Waves crashed like thunder against the hull of the ship, each lurch pulling the crew deeper into chaos. I stood at the prow, my heart pounding, feeling the weight of 1,000 breaths above me. The Aegean Sea was alive with a ferocity that mirrored our own desperation. I could see the enemy on the horizon, their sails silhouetted against the fiery sunset, a haunting omen of the violence to come. This was not just a battle, it was a reckoning. My fingers tightened around the hilt of my sword, the cold metal grounding me as fear clawed at my insides. I remember the stories my father told, of glory and honor, of men who faced their fates with valor. But now, standing on the precipice of war, all I felt was dread. The sea whispered secrets, curling like smoke through my thoughts, taunting me. Would I emerge a hero or a ghost? Next to me stood Lysander, his jaw clenched, a storm brewing behind his dark eyes. He had always been the bold one, charging into skirmishes with reckless abandon. But this felt different. I could see the flickering shadows of doubt dancing across his face. I remember when we thought the Aegean was just a playground, he muttered, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. Now it's a graveyard waiting to happen. I glanced at him, searching for the spark of that relentless spirit. We'll fight for our homes, for our families. It's worth the risk, isn't it? But beneath the bravado, my heart trembled at the truth. Every breath was heavy with the knowledge that many wouldn't return. The enemy surged forward, a relentless tide of armored men and wooden ships. I could taste the salt in the air, feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, raw and electric. This was the moment I had prepared for, yet the reality was colder than I could bear. They would fight with honor, but I feared the depths of their despair mirrored my own. And then there was Eleni, my sister, standing at the stern, watching the unfolding chaos with wide eyes. I remember the last time I had seen her smile, a fleeting moment under the olive trees when we were children, carefree and innocent. Now, the innocence was gone, overshadowed by the weight of survival. "Do you think they'll come for us?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that courage could defy fate. But deep down, I felt the tide of doubt rising, threatening to swallow us whole. Chaos erupted as arrows rained down like a storm, the sharp whiz slicing through the air. "Watch out!" We were surrounded by shadows, each one more menacing than the last. "Hold the line!" Lysander shouted, his voice hoarse, cutting through the noise. I caught a glimpse of fire raging in his chest, a fierce refusal to yield. He pulled away from me, his sword flashing as he charged toward the enemy. My heart screamed for him to return, to stay safe, but I knew the truth, no man could face this without the thrill of battle coursing through his veins. The clash of metal on metal rang out, a symphony of despair and valor. The Aegean became a stage where dreams turned to nightmares, where men and women fought not just for land, but for the very essence of who they were. I plunged into the fray, the world around me a blur of blood, sweat, and desperation. In that moment, I was not just fighting for survival, I was fighting to reclaim the very narrative of our existence, to carve a place in history amid the chaos. Each swing of my sword felt like a heartbeat, a defiance against the ticking clock of fate. I saw Lysander stumble, a deep gash across his arm, but he rose again, determination blazing in his eyes. "Not today," he roared, and I felt that spark ignite within me. But there was a darkness creeping alongside that fire, an awareness that every moment brought us closer to loss. Eleni's voice suddenly pierced through the tumult, a haunting echo, "Stay together!" She was no longer just my sister, she had become a lifeline amidst the storm. I fought my way back to her, my heart pounding with each step, But as I reached her, a figure loomed from the shadows, sword raised high. Time slowed. I remember the fear clawing at my chest as I shouted her name, but it was too late. The world exploded around me. I rushed forward, adrenaline blinding reason. My sword met his in a dance of death, rage fueling my movements. But in that brief moment, I felt the shattering of my heart as Eleni fell to the ground, the light fading from her eyes. Time froze, the cacophony of war fading into a haunting silence. I remember the taste of despair, the weight of grief heavier than any battle. But then came the roar of fury, the heat of vengeance igniting in my chest. Lysander fought beside me, a blazing beacon of fury, and together we pushed against the tide of grief, our battle cries a symphony of rage and resolve. We became shadows, ghosts in a forgotten war, fighting for a world that had already slipped through our fingers. In the end, the Aegean would be stained with our blood, but it would also cradle our dreams, our hopes woven into the very fabric of the sea. I remember the salty breeze as it caressed my face, a painful reminder of everything we had lost. With every swing of my sword, I felt the weight of my sister's absence, a void that would never be filled. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky ablaze, victory was a hollow promise. I stood among the ruins of our dreams, the sea whispering secrets I would never grasp. The battle was won, but the war within me raged on. Time stretched and twisted, a cruel joke as dawn approached, promising another day of fighting, of loss, of love. And in that moment, I understood the truth. In the vastness of the cosmos, we were but fleeting shadows, struggling against the tides of fate, forever entwined in the dance of life and death. As I took a deep breath, the Aegean roared back, a reminder that this was only the beginning. The wind howled like a mourning spirit, pulling at the sails of the Ottoman fleet as they gathered on the horizon, a dark armada against the bruised sky. I remember standing on the battlements of Valletta, my heart hammering like the war drums echoing in the distance. The air was thick with salt and fear, a foreboding that seeped into my bones, echoing whispers of past sieges, past lives lost to the shadows that crept forward. A scream shattered the tension, a shrill cry piercing the stale air. I turned, but it was too late. In the flickering shadow of the battlements, I saw Giovanni, a young knight, his face pale as the ghostly moonlight that bathed us in silver. He was cradling his shattered arm, blood oozing like a dark flower blooming from his flesh. "They're coming," he gasped, eyes wide, terror drenching his bravado. His voice trembled, and I felt the tremor resonate within me. The siege had become a living thing, an entity wrapped in agony and desperation. I could see the ships now, jagged silhouettes cutting through the waves, a menacing line of destiny. Sultan Suleiman's fleet, what dread and glory it promised. Would he lead them to victory or madness? I could scarcely breathe, the weight of history pressing down, a reminder of the men who had come before us, and those who would follow. "Don't you dare go soft on me now," Giovanni spat through clenched teeth, a boy's bravado facing the abyss. "We're the Knights of St. John. We will not fall." But inside, I felt his fear simmering like a pot ready to boil over. I had seen men crumble under less pressure, their resolve shattering like glass before the onslaught of war. And then there was Elena, standing resolute at the edge of the walls, her long hair whipping about her face like a tempest. She was a healer, yet here she was, clutching her dagger, her knuckles white with tension. "The wounded will need me," she murmured, though I saw the fire flickering behind her eyes, a blend of fierce resolve and quiet despair. I knew she felt every heartbeat echoing in the silence between us, the unspoken understanding that death loomed like a spectre, waiting to call our names. The first cannon fired, a thunderous roar that shook the very stones beneath my feet. And then another, and another. The air filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder, mingling with the scent of fear and the salty ocean. I remember the way the cannonballs screamed through the air, churning the water beneath them, a morbid ballet of destruction. Each explosion was a reminder of mortality, a reminder that today could be our last. The vibrations reverberated through the walls, and the ancient stones seemed to sigh, as if remembering battles fought through the ages. I glanced at Giovanni, seeing the stark reality wash over him in waves. His bravado flickered like a candle in the wind. "We will not leave this place," he whispered. "Not today." His voice cracked, and I felt the weight of his words settle into my chest like an anchor, dragging me into the depths of despair. Elena moved beside him, her eyes fierce, yet glimmering with tears unshed. "We will fight as if we are already dead," she declared, her voice rising above the chaos. "We owe it to those who have fallen before us." Yet I saw her heart tremble, the fear hidden behind her fierce words. The siege had transformed us. We were no longer just knights and healers, we were soldiers forged in the crucible of fear. I could feel my own heart, heavy with dread, begin to quicken as the fleet approached, a tidal wave of destiny crashing against the shore of our existence. As the first wave of soldiers landed, I felt an electric pulse of adrenaline surge through my veins. Men charged like hungry wolves, driven by the promise of conquest and the scent of blood. I gripped my sword, feeling its familiar weight, and for a moment, time distorted. Memories swirled around me, my father, battle-hardened and weary, regaling me with tales of valor, my mother, her voice filled with warmth, urging me to find peace. But here, peace was a distant memory, drowned beneath the sound of clashing steel and anguished cries. I fought alongside Giovanni, our blades ringing like church bells tolling for the dead. I remember his face, a mask of determination mingled with sheer terror, and how it mirrored my own. We were brothers in arms, and yet, I could feel the distance between us growing, a chasm filled with unspoken fears. Amidst the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Elena, her figure a flash of white in the storm of battle. She was tending to the wounded, her hand steady even as the world tore itself apart, but I could see the shadows creeping into her resolve. With every life she saved, another sorrow seemed to anchor her further into despair. "Hold the line," a voice thundered, and I turned to see our commander, a man of iron will yet haunted by memories of his own. He had seen more than any man should, his eyes were like dark wells, reflecting the void of countless wars fought and lost. The weight of his failures hung like a shroud around him, a reminder of the fragility of our existence. The battle raged on, the cries of the wounded mingling with the clash of steel, a symphony of chaos that resonated deep within my soul. I remember the moment Giovanni fell, a cry escaping his lips as he crumpled to the ground, and I rushed to him, the world falling away as terror gripped my heart. "Stay with me, brother!" I shouted, but even as I knelt beside him, I could feel the cold kiss of despair creeping in, the realization that we were merely pawns in a game dictated by the whims of fate. The siege of Malta was more than just a battle, it was a crucible, forging us into something unrecognizable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the blood-soaked ground, I could feel the weight of history pressing down with unyielding intensity. In that moment, I realized we were all fighting our own wars, against fear, against the darkness tightening its grip around our hearts. And as the Ottoman fleet loomed closer, like a dark cloud threatening to swallow us whole, I understood that this was not merely a siege, it was a turning point, a moment where destinies would collide, and the echoes of our choices would reverberate through the annals of time. What lay ahead was uncertain, a tapestry of hope and despair woven into the fabric of our fight, a fight that was far from over. The air crackled with the promise of violence and the pull of inevitability, and in the chaos, I felt a strange thrill, a mingling of fear and exhilaration that set my heart racing. We were alive, caught in the grip of a storm, and as the first light of dawn began to break, illuminating the battlefield with its stark clarity, I knew we would face whatever came next, together, as shadows danced across the ground, and the specter of fate loomed ever closer. The sea roared beneath the hull of the Ottoman flagship like a beast awakened. Waves crashed violently, spray flying like arrows, piercing the air thick with salt and tension. The smell of brine mingled with sweat and fear, a cocktail as intoxicating as it was suffocating. A storm brewed, both in the heavens and in the hearts of men. This was not just any battle, this was a fight for existence, for bloodlines, for the very soul of the empire. I remember the first time I laid eyes on Captain Elim. He stood on deck, his silhouette sharp against the darkening sky, a man carved from the very elements. His eyes, fierce and blazing, told stories of loss and longing, each gaze a reminder of the sacrifices made, the brothers lost to the unforgiving sea. His heart, heavy with the fate of thousands, beat in rhythm with the waves beneath him. He was a sailor, a protector, but more than that, he was a man haunted by the ghosts of the past, memories of his father, a shipwrecked sailor, swallowed whole by the depths. Beside him, First Mate Zeynep clutched the ship's wheel, knuckles white as she steered them through the tempest. She was a fierce soul, a woman who had fought tooth and nail against a world that deemed her unworthy. In her presence, the air crackled with unyielding strength. But behind that strength lay a vulnerability that clung to her like a shadow, the crushing pressure of being the first to break the chains of tradition. The weight of her ancestors' expectations curled around her throat, choking her resolve. She was fiercely devoted, yet the tumult of war gnawed at her heart, threatening to devour the very essence of who she was. The Ottoman navy had always been a force to reckon with, a leviathan that ruled the waters, but the Safavid conflict had transformed these waters into a battleground where loyalty was tested, and treachery lurked behind every wave. The night was thick with uncertainty as Alim and Zeynep prepared for the inevitable clash, their minds racing, hearts pounding in a cacophony that matched the tumult outside. "I remember the stories my mother told me," Alim said, his voice barely rising above the storm. "Of ships, of battles won, of glory. But here I stand, staring into the abyss, wondering if I am worthy of that legacy." Zeynep turned her head slightly, noting the weariness etched across his brow. "We shape our destiny, Alim. Not the tales of old. We make our own glory," she insisted, but even her words trembled against the weight of the night. As the horizon darkened, the first flashes of cannon fire illuminated the water, a stark reminder that they were not alone. An enemy fleet loomed in the distance, the Safavid colors unfurling like a blooded flag in the wind. Each ship glided ominously over the waves, spectral figures moving with supernatural grace, a menacing dance of death orchestrated on the water. The air crackled, a prelude to chaos. "Do you hear that?" Alim whispered, clutching the wooden railing, his breath hitching. "It's the call of the fallen, our brothers whispering in the wind." Indeed, the cries of the past mingled with the howling wind, a sinister reminder of what lay ahead. Zeynep's heart raced. The battle drums pounded in her chest as she steered the ship toward destiny. "They cannot take our dreams, Alim. Not the ghosts of the past, not this conflict. We exist in the moment, this moment." The world around them exploded. Cannonballs flew like meteors, tearing through the night, illuminating faces twisted in fear and fury. Alim's hands flew to the ropes, rallying the crew with fervor, while Zeynep maneuvered the ship with precision, dodging death at every turn. Each moment felt suspended in time, a heartbeat stretched into eternity. The chaos swirled, a tempest of smoke, steel, and blood, reminding them of the fragility of life. "Do you want to be a hero, Alim?" Zeynep shouted over the cacophony, her voice a beacon amid the storm. "Or do you want to be a ghost?" His answer came not through words but through action, a leap to the deck, sword drawn, the promise of bravery shining through the shadows that threatened to consume them. The Navy's fierce resolve surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the oncoming storm of the Safavid fleet. Each clash of steel resonated in their bones, a symphony of war that seemed to echo through the ages, an ancient dance of blood and fire. I remember the moment when the sky split open, drenching the combatants in an unrelenting downpour. Each drop felt like the tears of those who had fallen before, a reminder of the lives lost, the families shattered. The rain washed blood from decks, but it could not cleanse the sins of men. In the chaos, Zeynep caught Alim's eye, a fleeting moment when the world slowed, the noise fading to a whisper. "We must press on," she called, but fear echoed in her heart. Would this battle consume them, devour their dreams, leave them nothing but echoes of regret? And then it happened. A piercing scream sliced through the air like a razor. Alim fell, a crimson arc painting the ground beneath him as he crumpled to the deck. Time froze. The world shattered. Zeynep felt her heart rip in two, reality fading into a haze of disbelief. The ghosts of the past had returned, not as whispers, but as a deafening roar. "Alim!" Her voice cracked, desperation clawing at her throat. She stumbled toward him, the watery world spinning. "Stay with me. We will fight." "We have to," but the darkness was creeping in, endless and cold, dragging him down. The storm raged on, a furious testament to their struggle, but Zeynep stood rooted, caught in the maw of fear and sorrow. Each heartbeat echoed like the tolling of a bell, signaling the end of their hopes, their dreams. Would the waves consume them both, leaving no trace behind? The battle continued around her, yet all Zeynep could feel was the weight of loss pressing down, suffocating her spirit. The Ottoman navy, the pride of their empire, caught in a storm of conflict, their sails filled with dreams now dimmed by tragedy. The fight raged on, but the clash of steel and the cries of men faded into the background, swallowed by the abyss that loomed just beyond the edge of her vision. In that moment, she knew. The storm would not cease. The battle would not end. Their legacy was a tapestry woven of violence and valor, stitched with threads of heartbreak and heroism, their stories etched eternally into the very fabric of the sea. And as the thunder rolled and the cannons fired, the ghosts whispered louder, a haunting reminder that, in war, there are no true victors, only souls lost in the relentless tide of history. The narrative was far from over, the waves still crashing in the darkness, ready to be forged anew. The sun hung low over the Mediterranean, a blood-orange orb melting into the horizon, casting eerie shadows that danced on the cobbled streets of a bustling port town. The air was thick with the smell of salt and sweat, mingling with the pungent stench of fish. Amidst the chaos, a cry shattered the night, a sharp, desperate scream that sliced through the cacophony of traders haggling, merchants shouting, and seagulls screeching. My heart raced, pounding like a drum in my chest, a visceral echo of the turmoil that gripped the market like a vice. I remember the thrill of the moment, the perfect blend of fear and adrenaline. There stood Mara, her eyes wild, the spark of a firestorm behind them. She clutched her apron, frantically searching the crowd, desperation weaving her features into a mask of anguish. The weight of the world pressed down upon her frail shoulders. She was a woman marked by loss, yet there she stood, the core of her being vibrating with a fierce determination. "Where is he?" she cried, each word laced with a haunting urgency. For every second that ticked away, the very fabric of her reality frayed. And then there was Luca, a man made of shadows and secrets, his lips curled into a sardonic smile that never quite reached his eyes. He was a trader, a merchant of dreams and despair, navigating the treacherous waters of the Mediterranean trade network. I remember how he leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, as if the burdens of the world were nothing more than a whisper against his chest. Each deal was a gamble, a dance with fate, and he was an unwilling partner, caught in the spirals of greed and ambition. "You're wasting your breath, Mara," he said coolly, his voice dripping with icy detachment. His loss to the winds, like all those fools who think they can tame the sea. But Mara wouldn't back down. The flicker in her eyes ignited into flames. "You don't understand. He was all I had." Her voice trembled, each syllable laced with palpable anguish. The market around them continued to thrum with life, oblivious to the storm brewing at its core. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that pulled at Mara's desperation, whispering the secrets of the deep, secrets of the lives entwined in this relentless trade. In that moment, time seemed to stretch, a heavy, suffocating blanket wrapping around me. The Mediterranean was a vast expanse, a cruel mistress, promising riches but demanding blood. I could feel its pulse, hear the distant churning of waves that had swallowed countless vessels, dreams, and lives, all in the name of trade. The network of merchants, sailors, and traders spun a web of ambition, their motivations intertwined like the tendrils of some giant sea monster lurking just beneath the surface. I remember the whispers of the marketplace, stories of ships laden with precious spices and gold, treasures exchanged for lives filled with the mundane. But lurking behind those intoxicating tales was the truth that the sea was a grave, a ruthless dealer that accepted only the most desperate of souls. Mara's heart was a fragile vessel, threatened by the storm of her emotions, but she would not relent. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed Luca's arm. "You know something, don't you?" For a heartbeat, silence enveloped them, the world narrowing to just the two of them, locked in a moment that felt like eternity. The lanterns flickered, casting ghostly shadows that danced like memories half remembered. "I know many things," he replied, his voice low and dangerous, "but knowledge is a double-edged sword, sweet Mara. It cuts both ways." And just like that, the air crackled with tension, a storm brewing not only in the sky but within their very beings. Luca's eyes, once cold and calculating, glimmered with something raw, something that spoke of a past he had buried deep beneath layers of bravado. They were both prisoners of their choices, bound by the invisible chains of the trade network that stretched across the azure waters, an empire built on the backs of those who dared to dream. I remember the first time I tasted honeyed figs, Mara whispered, her voice suddenly soft, almost wistful. They were sweet, but they coated my tongue like a promise. We sold the very last of our harvest to a stranger, hoping it would buy us safety. Her gaze drifted into the distance, far beyond the chaos, tracing memories that felt like ghosts. But safety is a mirage in this world, isn't it? Luca nodded, the weight of her words settling around them. The trade, he murmured, it's a gamble. We play our hands, but the game is rigged. The tide turned, and the shadows lengthened. Every beat of my heart matched the frantic rhythm of the marketplace as the realization dawned upon them. They were caught in a relentless cycle, pawns in a game far larger than themselves. Every spice, every piece of silk, every drop of precious oil carried the weight of lives shattered and rebuilt. Mara turned abruptly, a fierce light igniting within her, as though a storm had broken through the dark clouds of despair. I will find him, she declared, the steely resolve in her voice sending a shiver down my spine. I won't let the sea claim him without a fight. Luca watched her, something flickering in his chest, admiration or fear, perhaps both. And what of the cost, he cautioned, the words wrapping around them like a shroud. The sea demands payment, and she is a fickle mistress. Then let it be my life, she cried, her voice rising above the noise, a clarion call that demanded attention. The market paused, the whispers fading into a hushed silence, all eyes drawn to the storm that raged between them. Time held its breath, the air electric with unspoken truths and unresolved feelings. The sun dipped below the horizon, the last remnants of light swallowed by the encroaching darkness, leaving only the flickering lanterns to guide them through the night. With every pulse of their hearts, the Mediterranean loomed, vast, beautiful, and terrifying, a world filled with infinite possibilities and insurmountable risks. The shadows lengthened, and as I stood there, encircled by the uncertainty of their fates, I felt the weight of the tide shift. The night was just beginning, the echoes of their dreams and fears entwined, a perpetual cycle of hope and despair, forever caught in the currents of the Mediterranean trade network, where economic motivations blurred the line between survival and sacrifice. And the waves roared, an ominous promise of what was yet to come. The storm rages, a swirling tempest of darkness and fury, and I stand on the deck of the Karagos, a ship that feels like an extension of my very soul. Waves crash against the hull, each strike sending shivers down my spine, as if the ocean itself is trying to swallow us whole. I grip the railing, knuckles white, heart pounding like war drums in the depths of my chest. The air is thick with salt and fear, and I can't tell if it's the storm or my own trepidation that pushes the breath from my lungs. Faster! Trim the sails, shouts Captain Salim, his voice breaking through the chaos like a lighthouse beacon in the dark. His face, weathered and fierce, glistens with rain, but I see the fire in his eyes. He's a man who dances on the edge of life and death, an architect of both ships and dreams. But dreams are fragile things, easily shattered by the weight of the ocean. I remember a time when I believed we could conquer the seas with grace, when I thought the world was ours to shape. Now, I am gripped by the fear of failure, the dread of being swallowed by the very forces I sought to master. Ali! Get below deck! The captain's voice cuts through the din, a command wrapped in care. But I can't move, my feet are rooted in this chaos, my mind racing with 1,000 questions. What if we go under? What if I never see the shores of Istanbul again? My heart aches with the weight of unfulfilled potential, of dreams that linger like ghosts haunting the ship. Ali, my closest friend, clasps my shoulder. We'll make it through, Hamza. We're building something great, something that will echo in the annals of history. His voice is a soothing melody, but even the sweetest songs can't quell the storm inside me. Remember the days we spent sketching ships, imagining their glory. I remember, I whisper, my voice barely audible over the wind. I remember the glimmer of hope in our eyes, the ink-stained fingers that birthed fantastical vessels. I remember how we envisioned the grand galleys, the sleek brigantines, ships that would leave a mark on the world. But where are those dreams now? Lost in the tempest of reality, drowned in the sea of self-doubt. Lightning strikes, illuminating the dark canvas of the sky, and in that brief moment, I see our past, the shipyards of the Golden Horn, bustling with craftsmen and their relentless ambition. I see the laughter and camaraderie that bound us, the way we believed in the impossible. But now? Now, that belief feels like a distant memory, a whisper lost to the winds. Look! Captain Salim's voice rises above the storm. There! The coastline! He points, and through the rain, I see it, a shadowy silhouette rising from the depths like a phoenix from ashes. Relief floods through me, but it's quickly overshadowed by the haunting realization that our fate hangs by a thread, fragile as a ship's sail caught in a storm. The coastline promises safety, but at what cost? The Ottoman Empire's naval architecture has always been a dance between innovation and desperation, a balancing act where each ship is a testament to our ingenuity and an echo of our hubris. I can't shake the feeling that, like the ships we build, we are always teetering on the edge of greatness and ruin. Hamza, Ali's voice pulls me back to the present. We're not just fighting the storm. We're fighting for our legacy. His eyes are fierce with determination, but there's a flicker of doubt behind them, a reflection of my own fears. I nod, but inside, I'm a maelstrom of emotions. The architecture of our ships has evolved, yes, we've embraced the genius of curved prows and multi-deck designs, but what of our spirits? What if the very ships we built to conquer the seas became our own tombs? A violent wave crashes over the deck, and I stumble, the ship tilting dangerously. In that moment, I see it, the faces of those who believed in us, the dreams we nurtured, the blood, sweat, and tears poured into every plank and nail. They haunt me, specters of hope and despair, urging me to fight, to push through the paradox of creation and destruction. If we sink, I shout over the wind, we sink together. My voice trembles, but there's a fire underneath, an ember ignited by the memories of our ambitions. We've built something beautiful. Something that can withstand anything. Captain Salim's eyes meet mine, a spark of understanding passing between us. We stand on the precipice of annihilation, yet our hearts beat in unison, steady and fierce, defiant against the storm. Together, he echoes, his voice a roar against the chaos. And then, as if the universe conspired to reward our resolve, the storm begins to wane. The winds shift, the rain lightens, and I breathe deeply, feeling the weight of the world lift, albeit momentarily. But the shadows linger. They whisper doubts, reminding me that our ships, each one a delicate balance of strength and vulnerability, could still betray us. I can't shake the feeling that with every plank we lay, we're inviting the cosmos to play a cruel game, testing our will and our dreams. As the coastline draws closer, I realize that the storm was never just about the weather, it was a reflection of our internal battles. The evolution of our naval architecture mirrored the evolution of our very souls, each ship a testament to our victories and failures. And I remember the laughter, the sketches, the dreams that felt so alive. But now, as we fight to stay afloat, I wonder if we'll ever truly find our way back home or if we'll forever be lost in the embrace of the ocean's depths, navigating both the waters and the shadows that haunt us. The storm may have receded, but the true battle has only just begun, and as we forge ahead into the unknown, I realize that the design of our future rests not in the ships we build, but in the hearts we carry, forever yearning for a horizon that glimmers with hope. The sun hung low over the Red Sea, a bleeding orange orb casting shadows that seemed to clutch at the very air itself. On the trembling docks of Jeddah, the cries of merchants blended with the salty breeze, stirring a restless chaos. I stood among them, heart racing, every pulse echoing the clash of steel from the distant hills. The Ottomans were coming. Fear seeped through the crevices of our thoughts, stitching dread into the fabric of our lives. I remember the way the world felt, heavy, thick with tension, like the air before a storm. Fatima's hands trembled as she arranged her spices, the vibrant colors of saffron and turmeric spilling like secrets from her fingers. Each grain was a story of trade routes traversed, of whispered pacts made in the shadows. She had watched her father carve a livelihood from these shores, each deal a heartbeat in the rhythm of their existence. Now, as she gazed at the horizon, her brow furrowed, the weight of the future pressed on her chest. "What will become of us?" she whispered, more to herself than to anyone around. Then there was Hassan, a young trader with dreams as vast as the sea itself. He was a man of ambition, yet the thought of Ottoman ships slicing through the waves filled him with dread. His father, taken by the tide of history, had once said, "Control the waters, and you control the fate of nations." But how could a mere trader stand against the might of an empire? He felt trapped, a caged bird flapping its wings against unseen bars. I remember his eyes, fierce yet haunted, as they scanned the horizon for the sails that would determine his destiny. The night fell like a shroud, wrapping the city in a blanket of uncertainty. Lanterns flickered, casting ghostly shapes on the cobbled streets. I wandered through the market, the air thick with the scent of cinnamon and despair. The whispers of the old men floated around me like smoke. "They will come for the trade, for the souls," one rasped, eyes clouded with memories of a past where the Red Sea was no mere conduit of commerce, but a lifeline of dreams. "Fear is a poison," another said, his voice barely a murmur against the night. "But ambition? That's the sword." I pondered this, heart thumping like the drum of war in my chest. Was it ambition that brought us here, or the fear of losing everything? It swirled together, a tempest of desire and dread. As dawn broke, the world felt electric, every moment a fragile thread ready to snap. I watched Fatima, her face illuminated by the first light, the determination in her eyes like steel. "We will not bow to them," she declared, voice quaking yet resolute. I could feel the fire in her words, a spark in the darkness. But what was a flame against an inferno? The Ottomans were a tide that would wash over everything, and she was but a single grain of sand. Hassan joined her, the boy with dreams stitched into his very being. "We can fight, Fatima. We can unite the traders, stand together against them." His voice cracked, desperation bleeding through. But the truth was painted stark on the canvas of reality. Unity was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the weight of fear. I felt the pull of his hope, the ache for something greater, yet the shadows loomed larger than life. The day wore on, thick with tension, as the horizon grew darker, foreboding clouds gathering like an army preparing for war. Ships began to dot the water, their sails a sinister promise. The sound of drums echoed in the distance, a siren call that sent chills racing down my spine. This was not just about trade, this was about survival, a clash of wills, dreams tangled with dread. I remember the moment vividly, the air crackling with unspent energy as the first Ottoman vessel appeared, majestic yet menacing. The traders gathered, hearts pounding in unison, a collective breath held in the throat of the world. Fatima's hand found mine, her grip fierce as iron, eyes blazing with defiance. "We are more than just spices and silks," she said, voice trembling but unwavering. "We are history. We are the blood of this land." But their battle cry was cut short by the roar of cannon fire. The sound rolled over us like thunder, shattering the stillness, and in that moment, hearts plummeted, hope crushed beneath the weight of reality. My blood surged like the tide, panic clawing through my veins. Hassan shouted something, but the words were drowned out by the chaos that erupted around us. The dock spiraled into chaos, men scrambling, women screaming. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, time fracturing into shards of fear and confusion. I lost sight of Fatima and Hassan, just two figures swallowed by the fray. My heart raced, a wild drum echoing in the cacophony of terror. I remember the faces around me, some resolute, others crumpling under despair. Fear wrapped its fingers around my throat, squeezing tighter with every blast that rang out. In the midst of the turmoil, shadows flickered, and the air became thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood. I stumbled, caught in a whirlpool of shouting men and falling bodies, the world spinning around me. What had been a vibrant market of life now lay in ruin, the ghosts of dreams rising like smoke in the scorched air. And yet, amidst the chaos, whispers of resistance threaded through the crowd. Fatima's voice, sharp, fierce, a rallying cry that cut through the despair, snapped me back to reality. Together, she shouted, standing tall despite the storm brewing around us. Hassan joined her, the boy with the wild heart, eyes aflame with purpose. They were not just fighting for spices, for trade, they were fighting for a chance to breathe, a chance to exist beyond the shadows of empire. I wanted to join them, to lend my voice to the chorus of defiance. But as I looked around, the weight of uncertainty settled over me. Would we be swallowed whole, or could we rise above the tide? The answer lingered in the air, elusive as the sea breeze, both terrifying and intoxicating. The confrontation was not just outside, it raged within, hearts pounding with the primal beat of survival. And so we stood, suspended in that moment, pain and hope intertwined, as the waves of fate crashed upon our shores, reshaping our lives forever. Time twisted and turned, yet I knew, deep down, amidst the chaos, the heart of the Red Sea thrummed with the promise of something greater. The battle was only just beginning. A single lighthouse beam sliced through the thick fog like a knife, illuminating the silhouettes of ships anchored in the harbor, their bodies creaking with the weight of uncertainty. The air was thick, heavy with salt, anticipation, and a fear that seeped deep into the bones. I could feel it in my gut, an electric pulse of dread, as I stood on the precipice of the unknown. The cacophony of muffled voices swirled around me, desperation woven into every syllable, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Naval alliances, they said, were forged in the fires of diplomacy, an artful dance where words became weapons and smiles concealed daggers. There was a time when I believed in the power of promises, in the sanctity of treaties. But now, with my heart thrumming wildly against my ribcage, I could only hope that the ink upon those fragile parchments would not become the blood of betrayal. Across the harbor, Captain Ilara stood, a silhouette framed against the unstable flicker of lanterns. A woman of grit and honor, she had weathered storms both literal and metaphorical, her eyes betraying nothing of the turmoil within. But I saw it, the clenched jaw, the twitching fingers. This was not merely a mission for her, it was a reckoning. The weight of her past hung over her like a storm cloud, threatening to break. She had lost too much to the sea, and the thought of losing her crew to the treachery of men in dark suits was an agony no sailor should endure. I remember the moment we first met, a chance encounter on the docks. She had been barking orders, her voice like thunder, but in her gaze, I glimpsed the shadows of loss and regret. I had laughed then, a foolish laugh, echoing against the wooden beams of the harbor. I had thought, in my naivete, that we could shield ourselves from the world's cruelties. How naive I was. But now, as I stood there, the tension thickening the air, I could see that same laughter fading into a memory. The stakes were higher than they had ever been, and the echoes of past mistakes haunted us. Our destiny was entangled, a tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair. The whispers of the past lingered like ghosts, and I could feel their chill wrapping around my heart. Ronan, we have to secure this alliance, Ilara's voice cut through the fog, piercing my thoughts. I turned to her, the resolve in her eyes both inspiring and terrifying. If we don't, it's not just our lives at stake, it's the lives of every sailor out there, every family waiting for a ship to return. Her words struck me like a physical blow. I could see it, the faces of the men and women, waiting for their loved ones, their hopes dangling precariously on our decisions. I fought to swallow the lump in my throat, the fear creeping in like the tide, threatening to drown me in its depths. Do you think they'll listen? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. It was a question laced with doubt, tinged with cynicism. The world was not kind, it was ruthless, devouring dreams whole and spitting out the remnants. Ilara turned, her gaze fierce. We must make them listen. We will remind them of the cost of their silence. And there it was, the spark igniting a flame I thought had long been extinguished within me. I remembered the stories of old, tales of alliances forged under the same tempestuous skies. Those men and women had risked everything, their hearts entwined with duty and loyalty. Could we summon that same spirit? Could we stand before these diplomats, these merchants, and make them see the world through our eyes? I thought of the echoes of history, the treaties signed in desperation and despair. The ink, so easily smudged, so easily forgotten. But I also remembered the laughter of sailors sharing tales over mugs of ale, the camaraderie that transcended borders. What if we could awaken that spirit? What if we could remind them of the bonds that tied us together, stronger than iron chains? But it was not easy. I could feel the weight of the night settling upon us, the dread creeping back into my veins. The shadows whispered, taunting us, reminding us of the betrayal that lurked behind every polished smile. The clock ticked, each second a reminder of the fleeting nature of time, of choices made and unmade. In that moment, Ilara reached for my hand, her grip solid, anchoring me amidst the storm. "We're not alone in this," she said, her voice low and fierce. "We have each other. We have our crew. And we have to fight for them." I looked into her eyes, deep pools of determination and fear, reflecting my own turmoil. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to cling to that hope, to drown the ghosts that whispered of failure in my ear. But the shadows lurked, waiting for a moment of vulnerability to strike. The winds howled, as if the cosmos itself was echoing our inner chaos. I could sense it, something was shifting, something on the precipice of breaking. The world outside was unraveling, and we were mere players on a stage, caught in a performance that felt both surreal and painfully real. Then, as if summoned by the tension, a ship's horn blared, startling us both. It was a reminder of the urgency enveloping us, a call to arms. The diplomats were gathering, the coalitions forming, and I understood the stakes. Behind those closed doors lay the fate of nations, and we were racing against time, against betrayal, against the ghosts of our past. I took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of courage I could muster. "Then let's show them," I said, my voice trembling but resolute. "Let's remind them what it means to stand united." With Ilara by my side, the shadows began to recede, if only for a moment. The darkness was still there, lurking at the edges, but we were ready. We would fight through the storm of political gamesmanship, through the unyielding tides of ambition and greed. And as we stepped forward into the fray, the air crackled with potential, our hearts beating as one against the uncertainty of it all. We were warriors of diplomacy, fighting not with swords but with words, each syllable a beacon of hope illuminating the darkness. I remember the salt on my lips, the roar of the sea, and the unwavering belief that together we could craft an alliance that would withstand anything the world dared to throw at us. But the clock was ticking, and the weight of history hung over us, a haunting reminder that the past was never truly behind. In that moment, I realized the truth: alliances were not just forged in the heat of battle, but in the quiet, desperate whispers of those who dared to hope. And I feared, with every beat of my heart, that hope was the most dangerous weapon of all. The sea was a beast that night, thrashing against the hulls of Ottoman ships like a furious wraith, hungry for blood, for chaos. The sky was heavy, thick with the weight of impending storms, and the air tasted of salt and dread. I remember the chill in my bones, the way the winds howled a warning, a prophecy cloaked in darkness. It was then I saw him, Captain Ismail, his eyes fierce and wild, a tempest of emotion swirling behind them as he paced the deck, wrestling with the shadows of fear and duty. Every step he took felt like a heartbeat echoing through the void, a reminder that time was slipping away, an unrelenting spectre. "Prepare the cannons! Who dares challenge us?" His voice roared, a lion's challenge to the night sky. But inside, I felt the tremors of uncertainty. I was Arif, a mere navigator, yet fate had thrust me into the tempest, and now I felt every wave crash against my heart. The European fleets were closing in, their ships like dark clouds on the horizon, promising ruin, a storm of metal and fire. I could almost hear the laughter of their sailors, mocking our resolve, as if they could smell the fear clinging to our skin. They called it progress, these ships, these ironclad monsters that seemed to rise from the abyss of history, armed with the might of modernity. I remember the tales of heroism, of grand battles fought on the vast expanse of shimmering water, but now those tales felt like distant echoes, replaced by the bitter taste of despair. The Ottoman Empire, once a colossus, was now a shadow trying desperately to grasp at the fading light of its own legacy, and I was left to bear witness. "Ismail!" I called, my voice barely slicing through the rain-soaked air. "We can't fight them like this. They have the upper hand. Silence!" He turned, his face a storm of fury and despair. "We either rise or we fall with honor. I will not lead my men into disgrace." The fire in his eyes flickered, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of his doubt, buried deep beneath layers of bravado. And in that moment, the ghost of our past loomed over us, a flickering memory of ships adorned with the crescent moon, sails billowing proudly against the sun, striking terror into the hearts of our enemies. It was a time when we were the masters of the sea. But now? Now, we were the hunted, and the wolves were circling. I looked to the horizon, where the silhouettes of the European ships grew larger, looming like specters hungry for conquest. Their cannons gleamed ominously, whispering promises of destruction. I felt the weight of history crashing down upon us like a tidal wave. My fingers clenched the railing, and I could almost hear the ghosts of our ancestors murmuring warnings that tangled with the wind. "Arif!" Ismail shouted again, dragging me back to the present. "You must chart our course. We need to outmaneuver them, find a way through the storm." His desperation clawed at me, tugging me into the depths of his fears. I could see him, a man forged by the fires of conflict yet caught in the binds of loyalty and dread, teetering on the edge. I felt his pain like a knife against my own skin. I nodded, knowing my heart was heavy with the burden of his expectations. I rushed into the cramped quarters, the scent of aged wood and gunpowder mixing with the cloying heaviness of sweat and anxiety. The maps were a jumble of symbols, each one a cry for salvation or a lament for loss. I could hear the distant thunder of cannon fire, a heartbeat of war echoing through the corridors of time. As I spread out the parchment, I recalled the tales of the great Ottoman admiral, Hayreddin Barbarossa, who danced with death upon the waves, a spectre of vengeance against those who dared encroach upon our seas. Could we summon that spirit? Could we wield the fury of the past to conquer our present? I felt the stirrings of hope battle with despair in my chest, a war within me that mirrored the chaos outside. "Arif!" Ismail's voice splintered through my thoughts. "What's our course?" I traced my finger along the coastal lines, trembling at the thought of choices that could seal our fate. We could use the tides to our advantage. If we slipped through the narrow strait, we might evade their main fleet. The words felt fragile, like glass in my hands. I could sense the fear rippling from him, a silent plea for reassurance. "Then we must move quickly," he said, grounding himself in action. The tension in his voice ignited a fire within me, and together we emerged from the quarters, stepping into the storm once more. The cannons roared, and the world exploded in a cacophony of sound and light. My heart raced, each beat a reminder of our mortality, of the lives at stake. I watched as the crewmen moved with the urgency of men who had seen the spectre of death and understood its embrace. Fear and determination intertwined in their eyes, and I was swept up in that collective will. And then I saw her, a young sailor, Zera, barely a woman, her face set in fierce defiance, wielding her weapon with the grace of an avenging angel. In the chaos, she was a beacon, a reminder that we were not alone. Her spirit burned with the intensity of 1,000 suns, and I felt the pull of her courage, urging me forward. But beneath that bravado, I could see her fear, a stark contrast to her fierce exterior. "Stay close," she shouted, and though I wanted to comfort her, to tell her it would be all right, the words crumbled in the face of our impending doom. Each sound of cannon fire sent shivers through my bones, each explosion felt like a knife twisting deeper into our resolve. As we maneuvered through the storm, I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, the ghosts of the past blending with the chaos of the present, a haunting symphony that played on repeat. I remembered the stories, the legends, the cries of our ancestors urging us to fight, to resist. And in that moment, standing at the precipice of despair and defiance, I understood that the sea was more than a battleground, it was a mirror reflecting our very souls, a testament to the struggle for power and survival. With every cannon that fired, every scream that pierced the air, we were not just fighting for the empire, we were fighting for our very existence, for the threads that wove us together in this tapestry of fate. We were the remnants of a once mighty force, clinging to our legacy, grappling with the ghosts of failed promises, and in that struggle lay our humanity. As the cannons roared in the distance, I knew one thing, the tide would not break us. We were the storm now, and the dance upon the waves was only beginning. A storm rages outside, howling like a wounded beast, rattling the windows of the old stone buildings in Istanbul. The air is thick with the smell of rain and smoke, the kind that engulfs the soul. I stand on the balcony, heart pounding, watching as the waves crash against the ancient walls of the city. The sea is restless, a vast expanse of darkness, a void where dreams either drown or are born anew. Below me, the streets pulse with life, the cries of merchants and beggars weaving a tapestry of desperation and ambition. I remember the first time I saw the ships, great wooden giants emerging from the mist, their sails billowing like the wings of mythical creatures. I remember the thrill that coursed through me then, the intoxicating scent of salt and adventure. But now, as the night deepens and shadows stretch, I feel the weight of history pressing down. It's not just a journey, it's a collision of worlds. In the heart of the city, Zeynep stares at the map spread out before her. The parchment is frayed, ink-smudged, a testament to countless dreams and failed ambitions. Her fingers trace the lines, the routes that promise fortune and glory, but all she can see is the blood they unleash. What are we really searching for? She whispers to herself, the question hanging heavy in the air. A flickering candle casts dancing shadows on her face, and for a moment, she feels like a ghost drifting through the corridors of time. Zeynep is fierce, but beneath her bravado lies a tempest of doubt. She remembers her father, a proud sailor swallowed by the ocean's fury, lost to the very depths she yearns to conquer. He had promised her stories of endless horizons but returned only as a fading memory, a ghost in the wind. Each line of the map becomes a reminder of his absence, a bittersweet echo of love intertwined with loss. Across the room, Orhan, a sailor with a heart as wild as the sea, prepares for the voyage. His eyes glint with a dangerous allure, but there's a shadow lurking beneath, a sorrow that lingers like the scent of rain-soaked earth. "You can't change the world, Zeynep," he says, voice low and gravelly, but the challenge is unmistakable. "You can only navigate it." He tightens the knots in his ropes, each pull a battle against the demons that claw at his sanity. His mind is a maze of tumultuous memories, of battles fought in foreign waters, of friends lost to the waves, of moments when survival felt like a cruel joke. Zeynep's gaze pierces him, a mixture of admiration and uncertainty. "But what if the world changes us instead?" she counters, her voice trembling. The words hang between them, thick and heavy, like the storm outside. Orhan's lips curl into a sardonic smile, but his eyes betray a flicker of fear. Night deepens. The storm worsens. The city pulses with an energy that feels both intoxicating and dangerous. The call of adventure thrums in their veins, but outside, history looms like a spectre of dread. The Ottoman Empire, a titan of ambition, stretches its limbs, hungry for expansion. The age of exploration, a chaotic symphony of dreams and despair, beckons with a promise of new lands but demands a steep price. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the horizon?" Zeynep asks, her voice barely a whisper above the growing din. "What if there's nothing? Just emptiness?" Orhan shrugs, but the unease in his eyes betrays him. Emptiness can be liberating. Or terrifying. The wind howls, slamming against the walls, a reminder that the world outside is a wild beast, untamed and unforgiving. A sudden crash interrupts their conversation. The door bursts open, and a frantic figure stumbles in, breathless, eyes wide with fear. "They're coming! The ships, they've arrived!" In that moment, everything shifts. The air thickens with urgency, electric with possibility. The Empire's grip tightens, and whispers of war dance on the edges of the storm. Zeynep's heart races, torn between the thrill of opportunity and the dread of impending chaos. The city holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of ambition and reality. "Do we go?" Zeynep asks, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind. Orhan looks into her eyes, and the world around them fades. "We have to," he says, a mixture of determination and fear anchoring his voice. "The sea is calling. And we can't ignore it any longer." A pulse of adrenaline surges through them, a shared understanding that this moment could change everything, or end it all. As they step out into the storm, the rain lashes against their skin, each drop a reminder that they're alive, that desire burns like a fever deep within their souls. They weave through the crowd, shadows flitting past them, the clamor of the city rising to a fever pitch. Will they find glory, or will they become another whispered tale of failure? The ships loom ahead, ghostly silhouettes cutting through the darkness, anchored in the harbor like hungry beasts waiting to be unleashed. The world beyond is vast and uncharted, a canvas painted with the dreams and nightmares of countless souls. Zeynep feels the weight of hope and despair intertwining within her, a knot of uncertainty that threatens to pull her under. Orhan's hand brushes against hers, a fleeting connection that sends shivers racing down her spine. In that moment, she understands that this journey will not just be about exploration, it will be a battle of their hearts, a reckoning of the past and the future. The tempest swirls around them, and as they step closer to the ships, the shadows of history loom large, whispering secrets that echo in the corridors of time. The night is alive with the pulse of destiny, and they are caught in its grip, a moment suspended between fear and hope, poised on the edge of the unknown. And the storm rages on, fierce and relentless, as the city of Istanbul watches, holding its breath for the stories that are yet to unfold. The sea churns, a restless beast, spitting salt and rage. In the distance, the ships loom like floating giants, their sails taut against the wind, the colors of war, crimson and gold, a tapestry of conflict against an ominous sky. The air is thick with tension, a palpable fear hanging like fog over the deck of the real a ship that feels more like a coffin than a vessel. I stand there, clutching the railing, heart pounding like a war drum. I remember the sound of the cannon fire, an explosive heartbeat that punctuated the eerie silence before the chaos. It's the kind of silence that whispers of inevitability, a predator stalking its prey, and I can't shake the feeling that doom has already marked its territory. Raphael stands to my left, his eyes wide with a mix of fervor and dread. He's haunted, I can see it, the weight of expectation pressing down upon his shoulders like a leaden cloak. Today, he murmurs, barely audible over the growing roar of the waves, we fight for faith, for family, for our souls. His voice trembles, and for a moment, I glimpse the boy he once was, the dreams he once clung to. But those dreams have been drowned in blood and salt water. I remember when he laughed like the sun, unfettered and bright. Now, he stands at the precipice of a darkness that could swallow us all whole. Then there's Isabella, fierce and fragile, her brilliance flickering like a candle in a storm. She's not just a woman, she's a force of nature, a tempest bound in flesh. I watch her pace the deck, her fingers dancing nervously over her weapons, each blade a promise of violence, each grip a silent prayer. If we falter, if we fail, she whispers, and I can see her heart shattering with that very thought. She's always been the one to defy the odds, yet here, she faces a storm that feels insurmountable. I remember the stories she spun about glory, but today, those tales feel like a cruel joke. The irony hangs thick in the air, sour as rancid meat. A bell tolls, shattering my reverie. It's a metallic scream, summoning us to the embrace of chaos. The cry of battle rises, a symphony of anguish and valor. I remember the first time I tasted the salt of the sea, the promise of adventure. Now, that promise feels like a siren, luring us into the jaws of death. We're not warriors, we're lost souls, caught in the fickle winds of fate, tossed between the heavens and the depths. Then it hits, a cacophony, a thunderous clash of metal against metal. The real shudders beneath my feet like a living beast, wounded and enraged. I see Raphael charging forward, his sword reflecting the sun like a beacon of madness. His shouts pierce through the din, rallying those around him, a desperate bid to grasp hold of hope in a tempest of despair. But I want to scream, because hope feels like a lie, a cruel trick played by fate. The enemy ships loom closer, their sails like dark wings, and I catch a glimpse of their crew, faces twisted in rage, eyes glowing with the fire of vengeance. They are demons unleashed, and for a heartbeat, I wonder if they can smell our fear, if they can taste the salt on our skin, the sweat mingling with the blood of our resolve. This isn't just a battle, it's a reckoning. And there's Isabella, thrusting her blade into the fray, her spirit unyielding. I can see the way she moves, fluid and fierce, each strike a testament to her defiance. But with every swing, I feel the weight of her heart breaking under the burden of survival. I remember her laughter, high and beautiful, like crystal glass shattering into 1,000 shards. Now, her cries are raw, primal, echoing against the relentless roar of the sea. Each swing of her sword is a plea for salvation, a desperate grasp at the threads of fate that seem to slip through our fingers like sand. I'm not sure how long we fight, hours or an eternity. Time loses meaning amid the chaos. The sea itself becomes a blood-soaked canvas, painted by despair and valor, and I tread this path with trepidation, my heart racing as panic grips me like a vice. I see Raphael fall, the moment etched in my mind, a beautiful soldier brought low by fate's cruel hand. His eyes meet mine, a final flicker of hope mingling with sorrow. I remember the laughter we shared, the dreams we spun beneath the stars, now lost to this madness. Fight! I scream, but it's swallowed by the roar of the waves and the clash of steel. I feel the weight of the world, the crushing inevitability of our impending doom. Isabella screams, a sound that pierces through the chaos, shattering the air like glass. I see her falter as she loses sight of hope, and it feels like a knife twisting in my gut. I want to reach for her, but I'm paralyzed, caught in the grip of helplessness. The sun hangs low, a blood-red orb sinking into the abyss, and with it, our dreams seem to drown. I can taste the salt of my own tears mingling with the sea spray, this bitter cocktail of loss and love. The battle rages, but I find myself adrift in memories, in laughter that echoes through the halls of my heart. I remember dreams of glory. I remember the warmth of hands intertwined in the darkness, the comfort of shared breaths, the quiet moments that now feel impossibly distant. The clash of swords, the cries of men, the roar of the sea, everything blurs into a chaotic symphony of despair and hope, and I feel myself slipping away, adrift in a sea of chaos. I remember the ghosts of the past, shadows that whisper of what could have been, and I clutch at my heart, raw and exposed, as the realization dawns, the battle is lost, but the fight never ends. Even in defeat, there is a flicker, a haunting whisper that promises we will be remembered, that our struggles will echo in the hearts of those who come after us. And as the sun finally sinks beneath the horizon, I know that this moment, this relentless dance between life and death, will be suspended in time, a haunting melody that plays on, forever unresolved, forever aching. The sea sang its timeless song, a dissonant wail of crashing waves and wind's fury, echoing through the air like the lament of lost souls. I stood on the deck of the Sultan's Vengeance *, the Ottoman galleon slicing through the Indian Ocean, feeling the salty spray sting my skin. I remember the taste of fear mixed with the brine, an unsettling cocktail that promised chaos ahead. In the distance, a storm brewed, black clouds gathering like a conspiratorial shroud over our heads. This was more than a mere tempest, it was a harbinger of dread. Then there was Osman, a man forged from the iron of the sea itself. His hands, calloused and raw, gripped the ship's wheel like a lifeline. He was the captain, but I saw the cracks in his armor, the vacant look in his eyes, the way they darted from the horizon to the crew, trembling like leaves in the wind. I could almost hear the echoes of his past, the battles fought, the friends lost. Each gust of wind seemed to whisper their names, weaving them into the tapestry of the storm. He breathed deeply, trying to steady a heartbeat that thudded like a war drum against the chaos surrounding us. I remember the way the crew moved, urgency electrifying their actions. They worked in unison, a frantic ballet as the sails strained against the onslaught. There was Ali, the ship's gunner, his laughter sharp and wild, defying the approaching doom. "Cannonballs can't swim," he shouted, a darkly humorous twist to lighten the weight of the moment. But even his bravado could not mask the terror lurking in the corners of our minds. Would this be the day the ocean swallowed us whole? And then there was Zara, fierce and unyielding, her spirit a lighthouse amidst the crashing waves. She was not merely a sailor, she was a force, a tempest of her own. I recalled the way she navigated the chaos, her hands deftly securing cargo, her eyes scanning the horizon for danger, for opportunity. She had dreams as vast as the ocean itself, a thirst for adventure that could not be quenched. Yet here we were, on the brink of annihilation, her dreams suspended like a ship on the brink of capsizing. I remember the silence before the storm, the heartbeat of the sea as it held its breath. It was then I realized what we were fighting against, an unseen enemy, a shadow that lurked beneath the waves, waiting to strike. The Ottoman Navy had carved its name into the annals of history, yet here, in this moment, it felt more like a specter, haunting us, reminding us of our fragile mortality. We were but fleeting whispers in the grand narrative of the ocean, mere pawns in a game played by gods indifferent to our plight. The wind howled, a banshee's cry, and I could taste the electricity in the air. I glanced at Osman, his brow furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line, and I wondered if he felt the weight of history on his shoulders. The Ottoman Empire, the proud flag borne across the waters, the dreams of 1,000 sailors infused into its very fiber. But here, now, we were but a handful of souls, fighting against the tide of fate. "Prepare the cannons," he roared, the command slicing through the chaos like a knife. I felt my heart quicken, adrenaline surging as I rushed to my station alongside Ali. The air thickened with tension, each second stretching into eternity as I loaded cannonballs, heavy, metallic, imbued with our fear and our fury. I could see Zara, her silhouette framed against the darkening sky, a warrior ready to face whatever horrors awaited us. And then it came, a monstrous wave, a wall of water that rose from the depths as if the ocean itself had turned against us. Time slowed, and I swear I could hear the heartbeat of the universe, a colossal pulse echoing the panic within me. I remember screaming, though the sound was lost to the roaring tempest. We braced ourselves, shackled to our resolve, as the wave crashed down, a fury of nature unleashed in a single moment. The ship shuddered under the impact, the wood groaning as if sharing in our collective agony. I felt the cold grip of fear clutching at my throat, the world spinning, crashing, and the chaos of the storm drowning out everything I held dear. I glanced at Osman, his face pale but determined, and in that fleeting moment, our eyes locked, a silent pact forged in the face of disaster. We would not surrender, we would fight. Amidst the cacophony, I stole a glance at Zara, and it was like watching a comet streak across the night sky, brilliant, fleeting, and utterly captivating. She stood firm, shouting encouragement to the crew, igniting a flicker of hope in the darkest recesses of our hearts. I could see the shadows of doubt etched across Ali's face, but with every word she spoke, she breathed life into our weary souls. But the storm was relentless. The winds howled like a pack of wolves, and the sea became a churning cauldron of fury and despair. I remember the cannon's roar, the explosive release of fear into the void, as we fired upon the unseen enemy. Each blast was cathartic, a release of pent-up frustration and anguish, echoing through the tumultuous night. In that moment, I understood the essence of our struggle. The Ottoman navy was not just a fleet, it was a lifeline, a testament to resilience against the crushing tides of fate. It was a force woven into the fabric of existence, a guardian of dreams, of lives intertwined, fighting against the inevitable shadows that threatened to engulf us. But as the storm raged on, I felt the weight of time pressing down upon me, the clock ticking away precious moments as if mocking our defiance. I remember the distant screams of the crew, the splintering wood, the cold embrace of the ocean inching closer. Each heartbeat was a countdown, a reminder that we were fighting not just for survival, but for the very essence of who we were, dreamers, fighters, lovers of the sea. And somewhere, beneath the chaos, I could feel it, the heartbeat of the Indian Ocean, a rhythm that echoed through the depths of my soul. It whispered of battles fought, of glory and despair, of lives intertwined beneath the vast, eternal sky. In that moment, as we braced for impact, I knew that we were not alone. The history of the Ottoman navy surged through our veins, guiding us through the storm, binding us together in a relentless pursuit of survival. As the wave broke against us, I felt the world tilt, and in that brief instant, everything fell away, the fear, the chaos, the vastness of the ocean. We were suspended, caught in a moment that felt both infinite and fleeting. In the heart of the storm, I found clarity, a recognition of the struggle, the beauty, the raw, unyielding spirit of humanity against the forces that sought to consume us. And as the darkness loomed, I understood that our fight was far from over. The storm would pass, but the echoes of our battle would resonate through time, etching our names into the very fabric of the sea. We would carry on, our spirits intertwined with the currents, forever part of the relentless tide, a testament to the indomitable will of the Ottoman navy in the Indian Ocean. The cold water lapped against the hull of the ship, a whispering ghost in the moonlight, and I stood at the edge, my heart pounding in rhythm with the waves. The air was thick with salt and something else, something electric, fear. Anticipation? I could feel it crawling under my skin. A dark silhouette loomed on the horizon. It was not merely a ship, but a harbinger of chaos. I could hardly breathe. Ahmet, my brother, steadied himself beside me, his hands trembling as he gripped the railing. His eyes, usually so fierce, now reflected the uncertainty that gnawed at us both. "What if we're too late?" he whispered, breaking the fragile silence. I wished I could answer him with confidence, but every bone in my body screamed that we were on the brink of something catastrophic. I remember my father's stories, tales of the great Ottoman fleet that ruled the waters, of cannons booming like thunder, of ships gliding through the dark like shadows of death. But now, we struggled against something unseen, an enemy as insidious as the night itself. They had technology, fire ships, swift and merciless, while we relied on steel and tradition. Would tradition be enough? Would it ever be enough? The night deepened, stretching its fingers around us, as if trying to pull us into its cold embrace. I glanced at Ahmet. I saw in his eyes not just fear, but desperation, a hunger for victory that overshadowed everything. It was the same hunger that had driven him to join the ranks of our naval forces, to step into this world of strategy and risk. No longer a boy, but a man with dreams woven into the fabric of a nation, yet those dreams now felt as fragile as a spider's web. "Listen," I said, urgency gripping my voice, "we can't let ourselves be outmaneuvered. We have the strength, we just lack the vision." My words were a lifeline tossed into a storm. Ahmet's gaze hardened. Vision? Or blind ambition? A tremor of rage sparked in his voice. He was torn, caught between loyalty to tradition and the seductive promise of modernity. The ships in the distance began to form, a menacing armada, glinting under the moonlight. I could feel the presence of their captain, a ghostly figure driven by the same dark ambitions that plagued us. Each vessel carried technology that seemed to mock our every effort. Their sleek designs were nightmares bred from innovation. If destiny had a face, it wore a smirk tonight. "Do you remember," I asked, trying to steer him away from despair, "that time we sailed to the shores of Rhodes? We were so sure of ourselves. It was a desperate attempt to reach for something, anything, that might tether us to hope." I could almost hear the laughter, our laughter, mingling with the cries of seagulls and the distant crashing of waves. But that was another lifetime. The weight of those memories crashed down as we faced the unfolding horror. The enemy ships were closing in, their cannons gleaming like fangs ready to bite. I could almost hear the laughter echoing back, mocking us. "We were naive," Ahmet said, his voice barely above a whisper. "And it cost us." A chill ran through me, a memory sharp enough to cut. I had watched as our fleet, once proud and unyielding, began to falter against the tide of change. The old commanders, my father among them, had clung to outdated strategies, unwilling to evolve. "We must adapt or perish," I had heard them say, yet it was never heeded. Tonight, I saw it all unraveling before my eyes. Ahmet turned to me, the embers of his spirit flickering like the dying light of a candle. "If we lose tonight, it's not just our lives. It's a death of an era." His anguish pulled at my heart, the familial bond between us shattered like glass, revealing a deeper truth. Behind every soldier's resolve lay a fragile human heart, terrified of what lay ahead. As the first cannon fired, time slowed. The deafening roar rang out like a death knell, echoing in my ears as if the very cosmos was wailing. I felt the impact in my bones, a gut-wrenching realization that we were not merely fighting a battle, we were grappling with the relentless tide of history itself. Ahmet's eyes met mine, and something silent passed between us. A pact, perhaps? A promise to fight against the waves of inevitability? Or maybe just a shared recognition of our fate. I could see it in his stance, in the way he tightened his grip on the sword, its hilt worn and familiar. "Whatever happens," I said, my voice barely a whisper above the chaos, "we face it together." He nodded, though fear still gnawed at him. "Together," he echoed, though the word felt heavy, laden with uncertainty. Then, the battle began in earnest. Cannons roared, the stench of gunpowder mingled with the chill of the ocean air. I fought not just for survival, but for the weight of our history, the dreams of our forefathers, the very essence of our identity. I remember, how I remember, the moment I saw the first of our ships caught ablaze, flames licking the night sky like angry spirits rising. It tore something inside me, a searing pain that echoed through the very marrow of my being. Victory? It felt like a distant star, flickering out of reach, while defeat loomed large, a dark cloud casting a shadow over our ships, our hearts, our existence. The lines were drawn, but were they clear? Or were we all just ghosts haunting the same battlefield, trapped in a cycle of ambition and despair? The darkness closed in, relentless and suffocating, and for a moment, all I could hear was the relentless heartbeat of the ocean, the pulse of a world caught in the throes of change. In that haunting silence, I realized, sometimes, the greatest battles we face are not against our enemies, but against the very fabric of time itself. And so we fought, brothers in arms, against the tide of history, caught in the ebb and flow of technology and tradition, and as the dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of blood and fire, I knew this was only the beginning. But of what, I could not say. The night was electric, the kind of night where the air crackled with tension, where shadows danced like specters over the dark waters of the Aegean. I stood on the ship's deck, the breeze tugging at my clothes, a mix of salt and sweat mingling on my skin. The Ottoman Empire's heart surged beneath me, its veins pulsing with the weight of history, pride, and impending doom. I could feel it, the ancient spirits whispering in the night, an omen, a warning. "Yusuf, look!" The voice cut through the thick air, sharp as a dagger. It was Kadir, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination, pointing towards the horizon. Ships, European ships, their sails billowing like ominous clouds promising a storm. They were not just vessels, they were harbingers of change, darkened figures against the moonlit backdrop of our maritime legacy. The very soul of our empire was at stake, and I could almost hear it wail in despair, a lover betrayed. I remember when the sea belonged to us. The waters sparkled with the laughter of sailors, the clang of swords, and the thrill of conquest. Now, the laughter felt hollow, an echo of a time when the Mediterranean was our playground. The ghosts of our ancestors loomed large, asking questions I had no answers to. Were we still masters of the waves, or had we become mere shadows in a game played by foreign hands? My heart raced, a wild drumbeat of anxiety and anger. Kadir was younger, full of untested zeal, his dreams as vast as the sea itself. "We'll show them," he said, fists clenching, determination lighting his eyes. But I saw the cracks beneath his bravado, fear curling at the edges of his bravado. The truth was a bitter pill swallowed in silence. The Europeans had their empires, and we were but a jigsaw piece in their grand design. "Do you think they'll take us?" I asked, a tremor in my voice that I could not control. The question hung heavy, weighted with the desperation of a dying ember, flickering in the dark. Kadir shook his head, defiance fueling his youth. "They can't take what is ours. We were born of the sea." But I could see the doubt breaking through the surface. The tides were shifting, and with them, the fate of our people. I felt a surge of sorrow for him, my brother in arms, and my heart shattered a little more. A flash of cannon fire erupted in the distance, an explosive herald of our fears made manifest. The air thickened with the scent of gunpowder and impending violence, sending chills down my spine. I could almost taste the bitterness of defeat, mixing with the salt of the sea. I remember the look in Kadir's eyes, the moment realization dawned, a moment when the burden of our reality settled like lead on our shoulders. I clenched my fists, feeling the weight of the empire pressing down on me. I could see our merchant ships, the lifeblood of our trade, vulnerable and exposed, struggling to battle the waves and foreign aggression. Each ship was a heartbeat of our identity, a fragile thread in the fabric of our maritime dominance, already fraying at the edges. "Yusuf!" Kadir's voice was urgent, raw with panic. "We must defend our honor." And there it was, the call to battle, the blood-pumping promise of glory. But the truth gripped my heart tighter, a reminder that honor came at a price. How many had fought and perished for a cause that seemed to slip through our fingers like sand? The waters were deep with memories of betrayal, alliances forged and broken, dreams crushed beneath the weight of history. Time stretched, warped, a cosmic joke being played by the universe. Each heartbeat echoed like a war drum. I thought of my father, a man of the sea, who had taught me to respect its fury and its grace. He had whispered tales of glory, of conquering shores, but he had also warned me of the lurking darkness of the European empires eager to carve up our legacy like a feast. "Look, they're coming closer," Kadir breathed, his youthful bravado shattering like glass. "What do we do?" And in that moment, I remembered the tales from my childhood, the ones that spoke of the great naval battles of our ancestors, fierce and unyielding. But those battles were different, fought with the blood of men who believed in their cause. Did I? Did we? A cold chill gripped my heart. I wanted to scream at the sky, to shake my fists at fate. The waves crashed, a cacophony of anguish, as if the sea itself mourned the impending loss of our way of life. What would it mean to surrender? To watch our ships, our dreams, be splintered on the rocks of colonial ambition? The night air felt heavy with ghosts, shadows of men who had sailed before, their whispers mingling with the wind. "Yusuf!" Kadir's voice sliced through my reverie, pulling me back to the present. "We fight! Or we die trying." I felt the fire ignite within me, but it was tempered by the reality of our situation. The European ships, sleek and menacing, bore down upon us like wolves approaching their prey. I was torn between duty to my land, my people, and the overwhelming fear of what was to come. Would my father's legacy become a ghost, lost to the tides? We were not the only ones standing at the precipice of destiny. Around us, sailors whispered prayers, gripped their swords as if they could slice through the night's despair. I saw the fear in their eyes, the shared agony of uncertainty. A chilling silence enveloped us, broken only by the distant roar of impending conflict, the clash of empires poised on the brink of a storm. Time stretched out, a taut string ready to snap. I tasted the metallic tang of blood on my tongue, the blood of my ancestors, my people, my dreams. What awaited us was no mere battle, it was a cosmic reckoning, a clash of civilizations unfolding on the water, where the stakes were not just the ships lost but the very essence of who we were. And as I stood there, amidst the chaos and the shadows, my heart pounding in my chest, I realized this was the dawn of a new era. The waves would remember our struggle, our fight against the tides of change, and whether we fell or rose again, our stories would ripple through time, forever entwined with the currents of history. The horizon beckoned, and with it, the promise of confrontation, the inevitable clash that would carve our fates into the annals of the sea. The sea roars with a fury unchained, waves crashing against the hull of the ship, a cacophony of nature's rage, and I stand there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat. The scent of salt lingers, a bitter reminder of victories long past, but the air now thick with foreboding. The Ottoman fleet, once a proud titan of the waves, now falters beneath the weight of its own shadows. I remember the stories told in hushed tones, the glory of our admiral, the terror of our enemies, the endless expanse of blue that belonged to us. But now? Now, the tide has turned, and dread seeps into the very marrow of our bones. I grip the railing, knuckles white, as I stare into the tempest. My heart beats for the ghost of my brother, Hassan, brave, reckless, a sailor who believed in the ocean's whispers. He laughed in the face of danger, a wild spirit tethered only by the weight of duty. Yet here we are, torn apart by the currents that pull us toward the abyss. "Where are you, brother?" I whisper, the word swallowed by the roar of the sea. The horizon stretches endlessly, mocking my desperation. All those years we spent dreaming of conquest, of reclaiming what was lost, now reduced to this, an unsteady ship caught between destiny and despair. I remember the last time I saw him, his eyes glimmering with hope, a spark that ignited my own ambitions. "We will carve our names into the sea," he had said, laughter rolling from his lips like the crashing waves. But dreams are fickle, shifting like the sands beneath our feet, and now I am left with only memories, flickering like the dying light of a candle. The fear grips me, knotting in my stomach. The enemy is closing in, the whispers of betrayal echoing in the corners of my mind. I can almost feel their breath on my neck, the chill of defeat creeping closer. Then there's Salim, the commander, a man of flesh and bone yet haunted by the specters of the past, our past. He stands at the helm, eyes fixed upon the horizon, a tempest of emotion swirling in his chest. Once, he was revered, a lion among men, but now, the weight of his failures hangs heavy on his shoulders. I see it in the way he clenches his jaw, how his hands tremble slightly on the wheel. The naval power of the Ottomans had crumbled under the weight of complacency, and he knows it. The shadows creep in, whispering doubts, gnawing at his resolve, and I fear he may slip into their grasp. "Salim," I call, voice hoarse with desperation. "We must turn back." "No," he snaps, a flash of anger igniting within him. "We fight. For Hassan. For our people." I see the flicker of a man battling his demons, but the deeper truth lies just beneath the surface. He's fighting for himself, trying to reclaim a legacy that is slipping like sand through his fingers. Each wave that crashes against us feels like a reminder of the battles lost, the glory fading into the mists of time. I remember the tales of the Barbary corsairs, fierce and cunning, their sails billowing as they danced on the wind. How we trembled at their approach, once the masters of the oceans, now reduced to shadows of our former selves. The laughter of our enemies rings in my ears, a haunting melody that slips through the cracks of my resolve. We are no longer the titans we once were, we are prey, floundering in a cruel sea, and I can't shake the feeling that our end is nigh. The night descends like a shroud, wrapping the ship in darkness, and with it comes the silence, a silence that screams. The stars blink above, indifferent witnesses to our plight, and I am left questioning everything, every choice that led us here. Do you hear that? I whisper to Salim, who stands rigid as a statue, his gaze piercing through the gloom. The stillness. It feels wrong. He nods, for he too senses the tension tightening like a noose around our necks. The crew moves about, shadows in the night, their faces painted with the hues of fear and uncertainty. I study them, my heart breaking for the lives intertwined with ours, families waiting on distant shores, hopes anchored to our survival. We must be ready, Salim announces, shaking off the weight of the night, determination igniting in his eyes. Whatever comes, we will face it together. But what if together is just an illusion? What if the very fabric of our unity unravels in the face of calamity? I remember the stories of falling empires, the echoes of despair that linger in the air. Each heartbeat is a reminder that nothing lasts, that every victory carries the seed of its demise. As dawn breaks, the horizon bleeds into shades of crimson, and the enemy emerges from the mists, a fleet of ships gliding like specters, poised to devour us whole. My heart races, a drum echoing the final moments of an empire on the brink. The clash of steel fills the air, the cries of men punctuating the silence, a symphony of chaos. I see Hassan's face in the throng, hear his laughter mingling with the cries of desperation. Fight! I scream, the words tearing from my throat. Fight for what we were. But the sea knows no mercy. The tide shifts, swallowing screams, desires, hopes, our legacy crumbling like the very hull of our ship. I feel it, the weight of our past crushing us, the dawn burning away the remnants of glory. I stand, a solitary figure amidst a tempest of motion, heart heavy with the knowledge that we are but shadows in the water. Salim fights beside me, a determined warrior, yet I see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a heart once fierce now wavering beneath the weight of impending doom. We cannot lose, he yells, but even the sound of his voice is swallowed by the chaos around us. And as the sun climbs higher, illuminating the dark history of our decline, I realize, this is not just a battle for survival, it is a testament, a reckoning. The ghosts of our past rise around us, haunting in their reminder. The sea churns, a restless spirit demanding a price for our arrogance, and I know that whatever comes next will change everything. We are at the edge, teetering on the precipice of oblivion, and I can only wonder, will we sink beneath the waves, or will we claw our way back to the surface? The question hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating, as the tide of our fate draws closer. I remember the stories, the laughter, the dreams, and I brace myself, heart racing, for we are not done yet. The wind howled across the deck of the Vlataya Anna each gust carrying with it the salt of the sea and the weight of destiny. Ivan stood at the helm, knuckles white around the wheel, peering into the dark abyss of the horizon. The waves crashed, a tumultuous orchestra of chaos, each swell echoing the pounding of his heart, a metronome of fear and ambition. This was more than a ship, it was a creature, a predator crafted from iron and dreams, a leviathan born of Russia's roaring spirit. Behind him, the crew moved like shadows, their faces etched with uncertainty, eyes flickering with a mix of hope and dread. Do you feel it? Mikhail, his closest friend and the ship's navigator, leaned closer, voice low and urgent. The weight of what we're about to unleash. The words hung heavy in the air, thick as fog, igniting the spark of something primal within. Mikhail's eyes were wide, haunted, like those of a man who had seen the edge of the abyss and felt the cold fingers of fear wrap around his soul. Asterisk asterisk I remember, asterisk asterisk Ivan whispered, the memories flooding back like waves crashing over a fragile shore. Asterisk asterisk I remember when we were just boys, staring at the Baltic, dreaming of glory. Now, look at us. Asterisk asterisk the nostalgia was a cruel reminder, sweet yet bitter, like the taste of salt on a wound that never healed. They were sailing into uncharted waters, cloaked not just in mystery but in peril. The Russians had constructed a navy, a concept still foreign to many, a reflection of ambition and uncertainty. Each ship in their fleet was a statement, a bold brushstroke on the canvas of history, and they were the artists, trembling yet exhilarated, standing before an unfinished masterpiece. But with every stroke, the risk grew, enemies watched with hungry eyes, waiting for a sign of weakness. A distant rumble echoed, a sound like thunder but deeper, more foreboding. It sent a chill skittering down Ivan's spine. Asterisk asterisk Mikhail, what was that? Asterisk asterisk he turned, his heart racing with the beat of unseen drums. The sky seemed to hold its breath, clouds swelling with the promise of a storm, and Ivan felt the weight of time creeping closer, like a predator stalking its prey. Mikhail squinted at the horizon, and for a moment, the silence between them screamed louder than the chaos of the sea. Asterisk asterisk I don't know, asterisk asterisk he murmured, the uncertainty hanging like a noose. Asterisk asterisk but it doesn't feel right. Asterisk asterisk through the turbulence of their emotions, uncertainty began to take form, a figure looming in the shadows. It was not just the nation they faced but their own fears, the ghosts of failure, of insignificance, clawing at their resolve. Ivan knew he had to act, to steer them away from the edge of despair. Asterisk asterisk we are not just sailors, we are the spearhead of a new era, asterisk asterisk he declared, the words spilling out before he could think. But as the wind shifted, he felt the weight of their shared dreams pressing down, hot and suffocating. The crew, a motley collection of misfits and warriors, looked to him, their eyes alight with desperation and yearning. He was their leader, but what did that mean when his own heart trembled with uncertainty? Asterisk asterisk I remember, asterisk asterisk he started again, voices echoing back from the past. Asterisk asterisk when we built our first ship, how proud we were. But this is different. Asterisk asterisk he could feel the tremors of doubt creeping in, wrapping around him like the sea fog, choking the breath from his lungs. The fleeting thoughts of glory were overshadowed by the specter of defeat, taunting him with whispers of the past, ghosts of battles lost. Suddenly, the ocean roared, a monstrous wave cresting high, tossing the ship like a toy in the hands of a child. Ivan clung to the wheel, muscles straining, heart pounding like a war drum. Around him, the crew shouted, their voices rising in a symphony of panic and determination. Asterisk asterisk hold fast. Asterisk asterisk Mikhail roared, eyes wide with purpose, cutting through the chaos. The energy surged amongst the men, electrifying. Fear turned to courage, like flickers of flame igniting within their chests. The ship felt alive, its metal skin vibrating with anticipation, a beast ready to break free. Ivan could feel the pulse of the crew, the collective heartbeat, a rhythm that synchronized with his own. They were in this together, a tapestry woven of hope and desperation. He felt the weight of their dreams and fears, binding them in a way deeper than blood. Asterisk asterisk we are the future. Asterisk asterisk Ivan bellowed, feeling the tide of change swell beneath them, the call to arms ringing in his ears. The ocean roared in response, a cacophony of chaos that mirrored the storm brewing inside him. There was no turning back now. He could sense the world pivoting, the ground shifting beneath their feet. And then, as if summoned by their collective spirit, the enemy appeared, a silhouette against the stormy horizon, a dark omen rising from the depths. Ivan's breath caught, a visceral chill slicing through him. There it was, the rival navy, sleek and deadly, like a shark gliding through the water, predatory and precise. Time slowed, stretching like an elastic band ready to snap. Ivan's mind raced, instinct blurring with ambition. Asterisk asterisk now, Mikhail. Asterisk asterisk he shouted, the command spilling from his lips like fire. As the ships closed in, the world around them transformed into a fever dream. Faces blurred, the crew roared, their fears and hopes coalescing into a singular, pulsating desire, survival. It was no longer about greatness, it was about life itself, the primal urge to fight amidst the storm of history. I remember, Ivan breathed, heart racing, as their fates intertwined in that moment, straddling the boundary between dreams realized and nightmares unleashed. The sky cracked, the thunder rolled, and the battle began, a fierce symphony of fury and resolve, echoing through the cosmos, marking the emergence of a new force, a new rival in the vast, turbulent sea of fate. The darkness loomed, but they were not afraid, they were alive, and the roar of the sea was their anthem. The wind howled like a banshee, whipping through the sails of the great ship anchored in the harbor, the wood creaking and groaning like a wounded beast. Shadows danced over the deck, flickering like anxious thoughts in the minds of those who dared to tread these waters. I stood there, heart pounding, a bitter taste of salt on my lips, as the distant cries of a woman echoed through the air, a sound sharp enough to pierce the heavy fog of uncertainty. It was more than a cry, it was a warning. It was the voice of history, sobbing for recognition, for a tale woven into the very fabric of the Ottoman maritime world. I remember the first time I met Isel. She was a ghost of laughter and sunlight, a spirited girl with a wild mop of curls that caught the light like a flame. She was born on the docks, amidst the tangled nets and the scent of fish, a world where men ruled with iron fists. Yet there she was, a beacon of defiance, stitching the sails that would carry the empire's dreams. She would laugh about the way men would boast of their conquests, their tales filled with audacity. They bathed once a year, she'd say with a smirk, so romance was earthy. But her laughter masked a heart weighed down by chains of expectation. She was not just a seamstress, she was a dreamer, longing for the horizon beyond the sea. "I want to be free," she whispered to me one twilight, the sun painting the sky in hues of despair and hope. But how can I navigate the tempest of tradition? Then there was Selin, a fierce soul bound to the ocean by blood and duty, daughter of a ship captain. Her life was a tempest of stormy seas and raging tempers. She stood on the deck, arms crossed, eyes narrowed at the horizon, the sea a mirror reflecting her turmoil. "You think this is a man's world? I'll show them." Her voice was a challenge, a promise wrapped in defiance. But beneath the surface, fear churned like a whirlpool, threatening to pull her under. She was suffocating beneath the weight of expectation, of what it meant to be the daughter of a captain, strong yet fragile, bold yet terrified. I remember the night the storm came, violent and relentless, a monster awakened from the depths of the sea. The ship rocked as if caught in a fierce embrace, men at the helm shouting orders, their faces pale with panic. I clutched the railing, the wood biting into my palms, and in that moment, I saw Isel and Selin, two lives intertwined like the ropes that bound the ship. Isel, stitching sails even as the wind howled like a creature in agony, her fingers moving with a frenetic energy, the rhythm of her heart matching the pounding of the waves. Selin, her gaze fierce as she barked commands, her voice cutting through the chaos, a warrior poised to defend her territory. But beneath their strength lay a fear that was palpable, a tension that electrified the air. Each wave crashed against the hull, threatening to swallow us whole, to drown our dreams along with the vessel that bore us. I felt it then, the ache of their burden, the weight of their desires trapped beneath layers of societal constraint. Isel wanted to sail, to feel the salt on her skin, to become more than a seamstress. Selin wanted to prove herself, to fight against the tide of tradition that sought to anchor her down. In that chaos, I glimpsed their fears, their hopes, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling in the storm. I wanted to scream, to tell them both that they were not alone, that in this unforgiving world, there was strength in each other. "We're all caught in this tempest," I wanted to shout, "but we can chart our own course." But the storm raged on, and all I could do was witness the struggle, each moment stretching into eternity. The ship trembled as the waves lashed against her, and I feared for them, for the way they clung to their dreams, like barnacles clinging to the hull. In the cacophony of shouting men, the howling wind, the crash of waves, their cries for freedom echoed, each one a ghostly whisper in the dark. Isel, with her fiery spirit, defied the chaos, her laughter ringing through the air like a bell tolling for freedom. "I'll stitch the sails and sail the seas," she declared, her voice carrying above the storm. "I will not be defined by this dock." Selin stood beside her, fists clenched, her resolve hardening. "They will see us, Isel. They will know our names. But for every declaration of strength, I felt the burden of doubt creeping back, like shadows in the dark, lurking, haunting their every word. The storm was not just an external force, it was a manifestation of the battles they fought within themselves, the war against a world that often silenced their dreams. As the ship lurched violently, I grasped for the edge of reality, for the comfort of the known, but all I found was the abyss, an emptiness that threatened to swallow us whole. Time twisted and turned, memories bleeding into the present, and in that moment, I understood the profound truth of their existence. Their lives were a constant struggle, a battle against the tides of fate. "Hold on!" Isel shouted, her eyes fierce, bright with determination. "We will not be lost." And in that moment, I realized that the tempest was not just one of wind and water, it was the storm of their souls, raging against the confines of a society that sought to drown them. I could feel the heartbeat of the ship, the pulse of their dreams sinking with the rhythm of the ocean, fast and furious. The storm waned, the horizon stretching out, a promise of calm. But the true tempest raged on, deep within them, unyielding. I watched as they faced the unrelenting tides, determined to carve their own paths, women navigating a world that often sought to erase their existence. And in that storm, I found a haunting truth: the sea may be vast and unforgiving, but so too was their spirit, ready to break free from the shadows that sought to hold them back. And as the first light of dawn broke through the chaos, illuminating the faces of women who dared to dream amidst the storm, I knew that this was not an end, but a beginning, a never-ending cycle of struggle and resilience, a story that would echo through the ages, forever entwined with the waves of history, forever yearning for the horizon. The ocean churns, a roiling beast, waves crashing against the hull of the ship like frantic hearts beating against the confines of their own cages. Salty spray bites at the faces of men who stand on the deck, eyes wide with fear and anticipation. The air is thick with tension, an electric current palpable beneath the surface. I remember the moment distinctly, the tang of blood mingling with the brine, the sky a bruised purple, foreboding and violent, as if even the heavens mourned the coming storm. In the distance, the silhouette of another ship emerges, dark and menacing against the oncoming night. The banners flutter, half-moon and star clashing with the cross, a deadly dance of faith and fury. I can barely breathe, my heart pounding in rhythm with the waves. I remember Abdul, a boy turned soldier, clutching a rusted sword as if it were his lifeline. His eyes are pools of desperate determination, yet filled with shadows of doubt. A single tear traces a path down his sunburnt cheek, a reminder that he is not just a warrior, he is a son, a brother, full of dreams now drowned in the weight of expectation. And then there's Elizabeth, the captain's daughter. Fierce, defiant, her voice cracks like thunder as she shouts orders. Her auburn hair dances wildly in the wind, flames licking at the air as she stands poised at the helm. But beneath her bravado lies a churning storm of her own. She had once dreamed of distant shores untouched by war, of laughter echoing in sunlit marketplaces, but now she finds herself entangled in a conflict that has become as much a part of her as the blood that runs through her veins. "Fight for your lives," she cries, and it resonates through me, a battle cry that both ignites and terrifies. I remember the first time I heard her voice, lilting like a melody amidst the chaos, yet now it transforms into an anthem of desperation. I look at her, and I see not just a leader but a human being, a vessel of hopes and fears, each emotion raw, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of life. They say that the Mediterranean was once a cradle of civilizations, a shimmering sea that brought cultures together. Now, it is stained with the remnants of conflict, the echoes of cannon fire and the cries of the fallen. I can feel the weight of history pressing down, a palpable presence that fills the air with ghosts. Every soul lost, every ship sunk, whispers through the winds, a chorus of agony and vengeance. Charge! The word hangs heavy, a shroud of inevitability. The ships lurch forward, darkness chasing. I can almost taste the fear, the adrenaline crackling in the air like the static before a storm. The Mediterranean is no longer blue, it has turned an ominous shade of red and grey, a reflection of the souls fighting for something beyond the horizon. Abdul grips his sword tighter, knuckles white. For honor, he shouts, though it tastes bitter on his tongue. I can see the doubt gnawing at him. What is honor when faced with the reality of death? What is a name if it cannot shelter the ones we love? I remember his mother, How she would dance in the kitchen, laughter spilling into the air like sweet honey. Now, she is a ghost, a memory haunting the edges of his mind, urging him to survive. The ships collide, the sound a cacophony of splintering wood and screams that pierce the night. My heart beats faster, each thump syncing with the clash of metal against metal, the cries of soldiers blending into a tragic symphony. I remember Elizabeth, eyes ablaze, charging into the fray, her spirit an unquenchable fire. She fights not just for victory but for something deeper, an unfathomable hope that perhaps, one day, the world could know peace. And yet, as the battle rages, there is a moment, just a fleeting instant, where the chaos fades, and time stretches, a fragile thread weaving the past and present together. I see Abdul and Elizabeth, two sides of the same coin, caught in the tempest of history that has thrust them into this moment. Their breaths are heavy, hearts racing, each lost in their own thoughts, yet somehow, they are tethered. I can almost hear them whispering their secrets to the waves, their dreams strangled by the weight of the present. Then the moment shatters, and the reality returns with a brutal force. A cannonball strikes, a burst of flames and splinters that engulfs the ship. I see Abdul fall, the fire consuming him, a desperate cry clawing its way from his throat, a sound that lingers in the air like smoke. Elizabeth screams, a raw, visceral sound that seems to stop time, echoes of sorrow spilling into the void. In that heartbeat, the world shrinks to just that, two figures lost amidst the chaos, their lives intertwined, their fate sealed by the choices made long before they ever set sail. I remember the faces of all who fell that day, their dreams extinguished, their voices silenced, like waves crashing against the shore, leaving only memories behind. I remember the silence that follows the storm, an eerie calm as the dust settles, a haunting reminder that survival comes at a price. And here we are, adrift in the darkness, tethered not just to the past but to each other. In the heart of the Mediterranean, amidst the remnants of our shared humanity, we grapple with our fears, our desires, and the ghosts of our ancestors that linger. I look to the horizon, a vast tapestry of possibilities, and wonder if peace can ever find its way to these turbulent waters, where faith and fury clash in a never-ending cycle. The waves call out, their murmur a lullaby of loss and longing, and as the sun begins to rise over the horizon, I realize that the battle is far from over. The sea remains a witness, a keeper of secrets that will forever haunt the shores. I remember the cries, the tears, the flames, and as the ships sail into the dawn, I feel the pull of history, an inexorable tide that carries us forward into the unknown. The sea roared like a beast awakened, its dark waves crashing against the hull of the Ottoman flagship, the asterisk Sultan Selim Star. I can still taste the salt, sharp as betrayal, mingling with the fear that clung to the air. On deck, men scrambled, some shouting fervent prayers to Allah, others cursing their fate, caught between the relentless tide and their own ambitions. I remember the chaos, the ferocity of the winds wrapping around us like a shroud, a grim reminder that even the mightiest empire could be swallowed whole by these depths. Among the throng, there was Captain Ahmed, his eyes fierce yet haunted, reflecting the flickering lanterns swaying like specters. He knew the stakes, the Mediterranean was a chessboard, and every wave was a move in a game where kings were forged and empires shattered. His heart was a pendulum, swinging between duty and despair, each beat a reminder of his past. He had seen too much, the blood of comrades staining the decks, the cries of fallen enemies echoing like a haunting lullaby. "Hold steady," he bellowed, his voice straining against the storm. But it was more than the tempest raging outside, it was the tumult within. The empire had sent him to negotiate, to craft alliances as fragile as glass, yet here he was, battling nature itself. Then there was Layla, a diplomat on her maiden voyage, standing resolute at the edge of the ship. The wind whipped her hair, framing her face like a stormy halo. She held a letter, a fragile thing that could change everything. Her hands trembled, not from fear but from the weight of expectation. I remember her eyes, so full of dreams and ambitions, swirling with the hopes of 1,000 women. But they also carried shadows, whispers of doubt. Would they see her as a leader or merely a pawn? "I can't let them down," she murmured, her voice nearly lost in the cacophony. Ahmed caught her gaze, an unspoken understanding passing between them, two souls adrift in a world where allegiance was as fleeting as the dawn. The ship pitched violently, and I was thrown against the railing, the cold metal biting into my palms. I remember Ahmet's shout, slicing through the roaring wind, "Prepare to intercept!" But even as he barked orders, the horizon loomed ominously, dark ships cloaked in night, gliding like phantoms. They were the Venetian fleet, predators lurking, ready to pounce at the first sign of weakness. Ahmet's heart raced. He remembered the tales of naval battles, the brutal dance of death upon the waves, where the glory of victory was painted in blood. The ghosts of fallen captains haunted him, their laughter echoing in the wind, taunting him. Would today mark his end, too? The thought clawed at him, but self-preservation battled against the fear. He had to protect Layla, protect the Empire, or risk losing everything. Layla's breath caught in her throat, the shadows of the past creeping in. She remembered her father, once a revered diplomat, now a ghost adrift in the memories of forgotten treaties. "What if I fail?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a child lost in the dark. Ahmet turned to her, his grip on her shoulder firm, a lifeline in this tempest of uncertainty. "You won't. We are stronger together." His conviction ignited something within her, a flicker of hope that battled against the suffocating darkness. Together, they forged an unbreakable bond, two hearts intertwined amidst the chaos, determined to navigate whatever lay ahead. As the enemy ships drew nearer, Layla's mind raced. What was it that the Ottomans needed? What was it that they craved? Power? Respect? She thought of her mother's voice, urging her to be bold, to seize the reins of her destiny. "We are more than just vessels," she called out, her voice rising above the tempest. "We are the architects of our future." But the laughter of the ghosts echoed louder now, mocking her courage. She could almost hear them whispering, "And what of the past? Can you escape it?" For every step forward seemed to drag the weight of history behind them, a relentless tide that threatened to pull them under. Ahmet, too, felt the pull of the past as the ships closed in, each hull a reminder of battles lost and won. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow on their adversaries, transforming them into monstrous silhouettes. He could almost hear the cannons roar, feel the shuddering impact as it tore through flesh and wood alike. "Prepare for battle," he barked, adrenaline surging through his veins. But even as he commanded his crew, doubts slithered in like thieves in the night. Would his actions lead to glory or ruin? Would the world remember him as a hero or a fool? The clash was imminent, a fever pitch of anticipation coursing through the air. Yet, in that heart-stopping moment, time stood still, stretching like a taut bowstring ready to snap. I remember the heartbeat of the ocean, the rhythm of fate pulsing beneath the surface, ready to drown them or set them free. As the ships closed in, Layla and Ahmet stood resolute, warriors bound by a shared fear and fierce determination, their fates entwined like the lightning that split the sky. The world around them faded, it was just them against the storm, just whispers of dreams against the deafening roar of reality. Together, Layla breathed, her voice steady despite the chaos. Together, Ahmet echoed, and in that fleeting moment, they were invincible. A single heartbeat, a breath held between worlds, then the silence shattered. The storm roared, the cannons blazed, and their souls ignited with purpose. The sea, vast and unknowable, awaited its champions, and in its depths lay secrets that could either bind them to glory or drag them to the abyss. And as the first cannonball flew, slicing through the air, I knew without doubt, this was just the beginning. The air was thick with salt and smoke, the horizon a jagged line where the sky met the churning sea. A cacophony of chaos danced on the wind as the ships of the Greek fleet collided like thunderous giants, each vessel a heart beating wildly against the iron grip of tyranny. In the midst of this storm, I stood at the bow of the Clato *, my hands gripping the railing, feeling the splintered wood dig into my palms like the memories of 1,000 betrayals. I remember the ocean's roar, fierce and unforgiving, drowning out the cries of my comrades, men who had become brothers, bound not by blood but by the fire of desperate dreams. A young sailor named Andreas, eyes wide with terror yet burning with an unquenchable thirst for freedom, stumbled beside me. He was only 18, a child still, caught in the web of ambition and fear. "What if we fail?" he shouted over the din, his voice trembling like the sails flapping against the wind. "What if this is all for nothing?" "Then we fight, Andreas!" I bellowed back, my heart pounding against my chest like a war drum, a symphony of defiance. I watched as he wrestled with despair, his youthful innocence clashing with the reality of our grim plight. Failure loomed like a ghost, whispering promises of suffering. But there was no turning back, we were too far into the abyss now. The ships around us were aflame, their hulls splintering under cannon fire, the sea turning a gruesome red with the blood of men who once dared to dream. My mind drifted back to Nikos, the captain, a man stitched together with courage and reckless abandon. He had a smile that could slice through the darkest nights, but I had seen it falter as he faced the spectre of death. "Rally the men," he had yelled just hours before, a command that echoed through the night like a battle cry, but now the sound felt hollow as the shadows crept closer. I remember the dreams that had led us here, the whispered tales of glory and valor that had danced in our minds like the flickering stars above the pitch-black sea. They had painted our souls with visions of a free Greece, unshackled and vibrant. But dreams are fickle things, often born on the wings of delusion. Each cannonball that struck our ship felt like a dagger to my heart, reminding me of the weight of reality pressing down on our fragile hopes. And then, the moment crystallized, time slowed as if the universe held its breath. A ship approached, its flag, a tattered blue and white, flapping defiantly in the wind, a beacon of our shared struggle. It was the Admiral's Pride *, a vessel made legendary by its fearless crew, led by the enigmatic Captain Theo. He was a man of shadows, veiled in secrets, and when our eyes met across the narrowing space of the sea, I felt a shiver run through me, a connection forged in shared pain and relentless ambition. "Prepare for battle!" Theo's voice rang out, carving through the chaos, his presence an anchor in the tumult. Every inch of him spoke of sacrifice, every line on his face was etched with the memories of lost souls. I saw the ghosts of his past dance in the fury of his gaze. He was haunted but resolute, a man who would plunge into the depths of despair to pull others from the dark. But would that be enough? With a lurch, the Clato veered to the left, dodging a cannonball that sliced through the air with a shriek, and in that moment, I felt the weight of destiny heavy on my shoulders. Would I become a ghost, my dreams drowned in the sea of history? Or would I rise, like a phoenix emerging from the ashes of despair? The clash began with a roar that shook the very heavens. Cannon fire erupted like thunder, and the air was filled with the acrid stench of gunpowder mixed with the salty tang of blood. Andreas shouted something, but the words were lost in the chaos. I turned to see him, eyes wide, clutching a fallen comrade's sword, a weapon that would either condemn him or free him. "Fight! Fight for our dreams!" I called out, my voice rising over the chaos, a desperate prayer sent into the tumultuous night. Each word felt like an incantation, a spell woven to bind our hearts together. The crew rallied, fueled by a deep-seated belief that they were not just fighting for themselves, but for a future that shimmered just out of reach. But fear is a cunning beast, lurking in the shadows, gnawing at the edges of courage. I could see it in their eyes, in the way their hands trembled on the rigging, in the way they hesitated before loading the next cannon. The sea was unforgiving, and it demanded blood. It demanded sacrifice. I remember the moment when the Admiral's Pride surged ahead, its sails billowing like the wings of a mighty bird, a creature rising from the ashes of despair. The crew, fueled by a mix of terror and exhilaration, cheered, their voices a symphony that soared above the cacophony of battle. And yet, I felt a sense of foreboding as Theo stood at the helm, his figure silhouetted against the flames. What price would we pay for this fleeting moment of glory? And then, the moment we had all feared came crashing down like a wave of despair. A massive ship, the Ottoman's flagship, emerged from the haze, a dark leviathan cutting through the waves with ruthless precision. My heart sank, a lead weight dragging me into the depths of hopelessness. We were outnumbered, outgunned, and yet we stood, bones rattling, hearts beating a defiant rhythm against the tide. The clash was violent, a symphony of fire and fury. Men fell like autumn leaves, torn from their branches, and I could taste the bitterness of defeat on my tongue. Yet, through the chaos, I found strength in the faces around me, Andreas, his youthful vigor shining even in despair, Theo, an unwavering beacon, Nikos, a warrior whose spirit could not be smothered. As I fired a cannon, a primal scream tore from my throat, a howl that echoed through the night, fused with the cries of the falling and the hopeful. This was not just a fight for land, it was a struggle for souls, for the very essence of what it meant to be free. And as the battle raged on, with each heartbeat echoing like a drum demanding more sacrifice, I realized that the fight was not merely for survival but a chance at a future where dreams could take flight. The sea roared, the flames danced, and in that moment, I knew we were alive, burning with the fire of rebellion, and no matter the outcome, we would carve our names into the annals of history. The night broke around us, but it was only the beginning. The storm had only just begun to stir. As the cannons roared and the ships clashed, I felt a flicker of hope ignite in my chest, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, even in the fiercest of battles, there is always a spark that dares to illuminate the soul. The night was a suffocating blanket, heavy with the scent of salt and gunpowder, as the Ottoman navy braced for its last stand against the unforgiving waves of World War I. The dark water roiled like a beast awakened, its surface flickering with the reflections of countless stars, each one a distant hope, a silent prayer. Amidst the chaos, whispers of fear and defiance danced through the air, mingling with the sharp cries of men ready to give their all. I stood on the deck of the dreadnought, the *Yavu Sultan Selim*, heart racing, as if it knew the weight of history pressing down upon us. They say that courage is a flame that flickers in the wind, but in that moment, it felt more like a desperate heartbeat, each thud echoing the unspoken fears of my comrades. I could see Kadir, my friend since childhood, gripping the rail, knuckles white. Fear mingled with a fierce resolve in his eyes, an internal battle that mirrored the one raging outside. He was a man of few words, steeped in shadows of his own past, his father lost to the sea, his dreams drowned in the depths of despair. "We fight for honor," he had often said, but I wondered, in the quiet dark of the night, what honor meant when the end loomed so near. And there was Elif, a nurse on the ship, whose laughter once filled our hearts like sunbeams slicing through clouds. Now, she moved with purpose, tending to the wounded and the weary, her own heart breaking with every bandage she applied, every life she couldn't save. I watched her as she whispered soft comforts to the men, her fingers gentle yet trembling, like leaves in the autumn wind. She had always wanted to be a beacon of light in the storm, but here, her light flickered against the backdrop of encroaching despair. "We will survive this," she promised, her voice a fragile tether to hope. Yet, I could see the doubt creeping into her eyes, shadows growing longer with every passing hour. The clang of metal striking metal filled the air, a harsh symphony that sent chills racing down my spine. The enemy was coming, dark silhouettes against the horizon, a storm of steel and fire. I felt the tension coil tightly in my chest, a serpent ready to strike. I remembered the stories the old sailors used to tell, the ghosts of ships long sunk, their anguished cries echoing in the depths. It felt like they were here with us now, specters of the past, urging us onward. I wanted to believe in our strength, but the vastness of the night hung heavy, like the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. As the first cannon fired, the explosion thundered through the air, a sound that shattered the silence like glass. It was chaos incarnate, men yelling, the acrid smell of smoke clouding my senses, the sea turning crimson. I watched Kadir rush forward, driven by an instinct more primal than fear. In that frantic dance between life and death, I saw the man he could be, the hero he always aspired to become. But I also saw the shadows of doubt that clung to him, the burden of his past pulling him back, whispering that he might never return to the shores of our homeland. With each volley, the air vibrated with a fierce energy, hot and electric, a clash of wills as we fought not just against an enemy but against the very currents of fate. I grabbed a rifle, my hands shaking, not just from fear but from the weight of 1,000 unsaid goodbyes. I remembered the day Elif had shown me how to bandage wounds, her laughter mingling with the sound of waves crashing against the hull. Now, I gripped that rifle with a different kind of determination, a need to protect, to save, to shield her from the horrors I could feel creeping closer. But the battle raged on, and with every shot, every scream, I felt the fabric of our lives fray. The shadows grew longer, draping us in uncertainty, a reminder that tomorrow might never come. I saw men fall, their dreams extinguished in a heartbeat, and as the sun began to rise, casting an eerie glow over the carnage, I understood that this was not just a fight for survival, it was a reckoning, a moment that would etch itself into the annals of history, a moment that would haunt me for years to come. Kadir was beside me again, his face streaked with soot and blood, but his eyes aflame with a fierce light. "This isn't over," he shouted above the din, an oath and a defiance rolled into one. I saw in him a man transformed, a warrior forged in the crucible of chaos. Yet, beneath that bravado, I sensed the flicker of his own fears. What if this was indeed the end? What if our dreams sank beneath the waves like so many ships before us? The battle reached its fever pitch, our ship rocking violently as enemy fire struck home. I could hear Alif's voice in my mind, filled with that quiet strength, urging me to push on, to fight not just for our country but for our very souls. "We will not be forgotten," she had said, words woven from hope and resilience. I clung to them as if they were a lifeline in a storm-tossed sea. As the final cannon roared, I felt a sudden, jarring stillness sweep over the deck. Time slowed, each second stretching into eternity as I stared into the eyes of my friends, their faces awash in fear, courage, and the deep, abiding love that binds us all. No matter what came next, we had fought for each other, for dreams we shared, for moments stolen from the grasp of war. I don't remember much of what happened next. The world blurred into a haze of smoke and sound, and yet, somehow, I found myself caught in a moment of clarity, a realization that echoed deep within me. Even in the face of overwhelming darkness, hope flickered on the edge of despair, a fragile flame that refused to be extinguished. And as dawn broke over the horizon, illuminating both the wreckage and the brave souls left standing, I knew this was only the beginning. The Ottoman navy would not fade into obscurity, our hearts burned too brightly for that. There would be echoes of our sacrifice, reverberating through time. We were more than just sailors caught in the tempest of war, we were the ghosts of our own making, intertwined in a story that would never truly end. The storm roared around us, waves crashing against the ship's hull like 1,000 thunderous footsteps, each one echoing a warning from the deep. I gripped the railing, the salt water spraying my face, each droplet a reminder of the unforgiving sea, the sea that had once belonged to the Ottomans. Memories surged within me like the tumultuous waters below, dragging me back, deeper. I remember the stories, the ancient tales of Ottoman ships slicing through waters, their sails billowing, a proud flag of a grand empire. What remains is a phantom, a ghost of maritime power haunting the very shores where I stand, my heart pounding like the drums of the past. I turned to my companion, a young man whose eyes mirrored the stormy sea, dark, turbulent, filled with an unquenchable fire. Ahmet was his name, a descendant of sailors, but even he felt the weight of history pressing down, like the oppressive heat before a downpour. He gritted his teeth, muscles taut, and shouted over the storm, "I can't let this legacy drown with the past. We must fight for our identity." His voice, raw and fervent, pierced through the chaos, igniting something within me. I felt the pull of our shared lineage, the thrill of the legacy coursing through our veins. It was intoxicating. But Ahmet's obsession was a double-edged sword. He held dreams of resurrecting the Ottoman navy, of reclaiming the honor lost to time. I watched him wrestle with that dream, like sailors grappling with a tempest. It was beautiful, yet tragic, a passion fueled by history, yet haunted by its shadows. As the ship heaved violently, I caught a glimpse of another face, a woman whose presence silenced the storm. Zeynep stood at the edge, hair wild like the wind, a lighthouse amidst the chaos. She whispered to the sea, her voice barely audible above the crashing waves, "Do you hear them? The voices of our ancestors." Her eyes glimmered with a deep sadness, an ache that resonated through me. She was haunted, burdened by the loss of a world that had once thrived on these waters. Zeynep longed for reconciliation with the past, but the shadows loomed larger each day. They bathed once a year. I once joked to her, "So yeah, romance was earthy." She didn't laugh. Instead, she clutched at her chest, as if the weight of love was suffocating her. The very essence of a bygone era twisted into something melancholic, like a beautiful shipwreck. I, too, felt the absurdity of it all, a legacy interwoven with decay. The storm raged, a tempest of emotions rising within me. Ahmet and Zeynep were caught in the undertow of their own convictions. Ahmet's ambition churned like a whirlpool, pulling him deeper into a quest for validation, while Zeynep grasped for the remnants of a world that had been swept away like so much driftwood. "You can't bring back the past!" I screamed, my voice breaking, but the wind swallowed my words, leaving only the hollow sound of despair. But in that despair lay a flicker of hope, a ghost of resilience. Each wave crashing against us felt like a heartbeat, a reminder that the past, no matter how chaotic, still thrummed beneath the surface of the present. I could feel it, I could taste it on my tongue, a mixture of brine and nostalgia. And then, as if the cosmos aligned, the storm began to relent. The clouds parted just enough for a sliver of moonlight to pierce through, illuminating the legacy that lay beneath the waves, ghosts of ships long sunk, their hulls now home to fish and folklore. Ahmet stood tall, eyes aglow with fierce determination. "This is our moment," he shouted, as if the ocean itself had answered his call, but I could see the cracks in his resolve, the fear of not being enough echoed in the depths of his soul. Zeynep stepped closer, her voice barely above a whisper.
"Are we brave enough to challenge the tides?"
Her question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken fears. I watched as she reached for Ahmet, her hand trembling like the ship beneath us, and in that moment, the very air crackled with tension. Time slowed. The ocean whispered secrets, its depths a reminder of the past, while the moonlight cast shadows that danced with the hopes of the present. I felt my breath hitch, the weight of their aspirations pressing down upon me, binding us in a fragile moment of clarity. We were not just fighting for a legacy, we were fighting for ourselves amidst the chaos of history, the blurred lines of memory and ambition. And then, as if the world held its breath, a flash of lightning illuminated our faces, revealing the truth. Our hearts were intertwined with the legacy of the Ottomans, flawed yet vibrant, a tapestry woven from pain, glory, and unwavering spirit. In that fleeting moment, I saw it clearly, the past was not a ghost to be exorcised but a companion to be embraced. The storm began to ease, but the fight was far from over. With every breath, I felt the pulse of history thrumming beneath my skin, a call to arms that would echo through the ages. We stood on the precipice, bound together by a legacy that demanded remembrance, a legacy that still had the power to forge our futures. Together, I whispered, our voices blending into the night, a chorus of defiance. Ahmet nodded, a fierce glint in his eye, while Zeynep linked her fingers with ours, a symbol of unity forged in the fire of our shared dreams. The sea calmed, but the shadows lingered, waiting to see what we would choose next. Each heartbeat seemed to echo a promise, a challenge that would lead us into the unknown, where the legacy of the Ottoman naval power awaited to be rekindled, not as mere nostalgia, but as a beacon guiding us toward the horizon, bright with possibility and peril. The waves whispered their secrets, and we were ready to listen. The storm ravaged the sea, a roaring beast, devouring the horizon. Waves crashed against the wooden hull of the Sultan's Dream, a ship caught in the throes of nature's fury. I stood on the deck, gripping the railing as saltwater sprayed my face, a sharp reminder of the storm's indifference. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood and fear, an intoxicating cocktail that fueled my heart. I turned to Ali, his face pale, eyes wide with terror. "I can't do this," he shouted, his voice barely cutting through the cacophony. But I saw determination flicker in the depths of his gaze, a flicker that fought against the tempest. I remembered the tales of our ancestors, their laughter mingled with the crack of whips against the waves, their hands steering ships that sailed not just to conquer, but to commune with the seas. The Ottomans understood the ocean like lovers understand each other's hearts, every swell, every creak of wood, every whisper of wind. "Listen!" I yelled back, my own dread boiling beneath the surface, the blood pulsing in my ears like a war drum. "We carry more than just goods, we carry history. We carry the dreams of our people." I could feel the weight of it all, the spices, the silks, the stories. Each item a lifeline, a promise, a reminder of who we were. The ship lurched violently, and I stumbled, falling to my knees. The dark churning waters seemed to reach for me, hungry and relentless. "Hold on!" I screamed, but fear had a way of gnawing at the bravest of souls. I looked up at Ali. This is what they meant, our ancestors. They were warriors, not just on land but on the water. They fought with everything. We must too. I could see the memories dancing behind his eyes, a flicker of something more than just fear. He was a son of the sea, raised on tales of maritime glory, of the Ottoman navy that once ruled the waves. But now, in this moment of chaos, that legacy felt like a chain dragging him down, a weight he didn't know how to bear. "They're gone, Yassine. All of them." His voice cracked, the denial sharp enough to cut through the roar of the waves. I reached for him, my hand clasping his shoulder, grounding him. No. They live in us. Every ship we send out is a thread woven into the tapestry of our culture. The maritime practices of our forefathers, their navigation, this storm is a test, an initiation. We can't let it win. And just like that, the storm howled louder, a harbinger of darkness, each flash of lightning revealing the terror that lurked beneath. But the tempest was not merely a physical battle, it was a clash of legacies, a reckoning with the past. The Ottoman culture was a symphony of many influences, a patchwork of traditions that thrived on the sea. I felt the generations coursing through my veins, the whispers of sailors long gone urging us to fight, to navigate through the chaos. The ship pitched again, and Ali fell back, a look of defeat painted across his face. But I wouldn't let it end here. I could see the shadows of our ancestors in the storm, their spirits guiding us. Ali! Focus! Remember the charts. The stars. They taught us to read the heavens. Every storm has a purpose. Every tempest, a lesson. He shook his head, as if trying to banish the specters that haunted him. What if we fail? Then we fail together, I said fiercely, my heart pounding louder than the thunder. But we fought. We fought like them. The memory of my father flashed before me, his hands rough and calloused, guiding me through the complexities of navigation, each lesson a gift, a piece of his soul stitched into my being. He had taught me to respect the sea, to read her tempers as if she were a lover spurned. And here I was, standing on the brink, ready to offer everything. The ship creaked and groaned, but we had been taught to listen. The Ottomans had mastered not just the art of sailing but had woven their culture into every knot, every canvas billowing in the wind. The wind, Ali! Feel it? It's shifting. I cried, desperation mingling with hope. A tremor of realization coursed through him, a spark igniting in the depths of his doubt. The wind, he echoed, slowly rising to his feet, a warrior reborn. The storm roared, but I saw him begin to grasp the helm. I joined him, our hands clutching the wheel, a united front against the chaos. The storm became a dance, each wave a partner we could lead, each gust a melody we could master. For the Ottomans, the sea was sacred, a canvas painted with the colors of their dreams, and here we were, mere brush strokes in a much larger picture. Together? I shouted, and he nodded, a smile breaking through the tempestuous darkness. There was an unspoken bond forged in that moment, a realization that we were not just fighting the storm but the ghosts of doubt, the weight of our fears. And in that storm, we became more than sailors, we became vessels of our culture, carrying the echoes of the past into the future. The waves roared, but our hearts surged higher. The wind sang our lineage, whispering through the rigging. We would not be mere memories drowned in the depths, we were the living pulse of the Ottoman maritime legacy, and the sea would learn to fear us. But just as pride began to fill my chest, the clouds above swirled ominously, darkness thickening around us like a shroud. The storm was merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come, and the ocean, she was hungry. The storm raged like the very spirits of those lost, wailing through the night, screaming their unsung tales. I stood at the edge of the battered pier, the wooden planks groaning beneath my weight, each creak a warning, a reminder of the unseen depths below. Waves crashed, sending icy spray across my face, chilling my skin, but what froze me was the sudden flash of lightning illuminating the dark sky, a momentary glimpse of what lay beneath the surface, a world of forgotten dreams and drowned hopes. I remember the first time I felt this pull, this haunting, unyielding gravity of the ocean. It was a dull afternoon, the kind where the sun seemed to forget to shine, and I stood on the shore, transfixed by the horizon. My mind replayed the stories, shipwrecks, lost treasures, the ghostly whispers of sailors who once danced on their decks, full of life. But now, those ships were bones, resting beneath the waves, their secrets entangled with seaweed and sand. Then there was Sam, my fearless partner, with her wild hair like tangled seaweed, her laugh bright against the somber backdrop of our reality. She would often throw her arms wide, as if inviting the entire ocean to embrace her. "Just think," she'd say, eyes sparkling with a dangerous mix of excitement and recklessness. We could find something monumental. But the truth was, Sam was running from something, her past, the weight of expectations, and the ocean was her escape, a fickle lover who granted her moments of freedom, but could also drown her in despair. And then there was Mark, a man as steady as the tides yet as broken as the ships we sought. He was the kind of person who wore his scars like badges, each one a story of survival, of choices made that haunted him. The past is like the deep sea, he would say, his voice gravelly, resonant with years of regret. It pulls you under if you let it. A fisherman turned relic hunter, he was searching for something more than just artifacts. He was searching for redemption, a chance to rewrite the chapters of his life that had gone awry. The dock creaked under the weight of our anticipation, the air thick with the promise of discovery. We were here, clinging to hope, but the ocean was not a benign spirit. It was a tempest of chaos, a turbulent expanse where dreams sank like stones. As we descended into the cold, dark water, the weight of our aspirations pressed down on us, an invisible anchor. I remember the first glint of metal, a flash of silver beneath the silt, the thrill shooting through my veins like electric current. There! I gasped, my heart racing as I reached out, fingers brushing against the cold surface of a long-lost compass. It felt wrong, so wrong. This was a token of someone's journey, a tool that had guided them across the vast unknown. I could almost hear their laughter, their fears echoing through time. But before I could grasp it fully, a wave crashed over me, fierce and unyielding, snatching the compass away like it was never meant to be found. And the memories surged within me, our faces, names, moments of joy replaced by loss. I thought of my mother, who would tell me stories of the sea, her voice a soothing balm against the chaos of life. You must respect the ocean, she'd say, the weight of each word anchoring in my heart. It holds both beauty and danger. But how could I reconcile that? I was drowning in my own desires, the ocean and its mysteries beckoning me closer, yet threatening to consume me whole. The darkness enveloped me, a cocoon of silence, and I could feel the pressure of the water against my chest, squeezing the breath from my lungs. Panic clawed at my throat, but I fought it down, remembering Sam's laugh, Mark's steady presence. We were in this together, a triangle of hope and despair, each of us tethered to the other by the invisible threads of our pasts. I surfaced, gasping for air, the world above a chaotic symphony of chaos and turmoil. Sam's eyes were wide, filled with the kind of determination that could ignite the stars. "We're not done. We can't let it go," she shouted against the howling wind, but as I looked into her eyes, I saw the flickering shadows of doubt lurking just beneath the surface, a reflection of my own fears. And then the storm grew worse, as if the ocean itself disapproved of our intrusion. Rain fell like daggers, slicing through the air, each drop a reminder of how fragile our existence was, how easily we could slip into the depths, swallowed by the memories of those who had come before. The shipwrecks we sought were not mere artifacts, they were echoes, haunting reminders that every treasure comes with a cost. Mark struggled against the waves, his face a mask of determination, but I noticed his hands trembling slightly, a whisper of vulnerability that shattered my heart. He was unearthing more than just relics, he was unearthing his own demons, each wave threatening to pull him under. "I can't do this anymore." Mark's voice broke through the cacophony, a raw honesty that cut through the air like a knife. "I thought finding these things would help me, but it's just making everything worse." The tempest around us mirrored his emotional storm, a symphony of chaos that threatened to tear us apart. But there was something beautiful in that moment, a shared understanding, a raw vulnerability. We were all haunted by the past, yet here we were, standing together, fighting against the raging storm, each of us a shipwreck in our own right. Would we be consumed by the very thing we sought to tame? The waves crashed harder, and I felt the weight of the ocean pressing down on me, but within that crushing force, there was a flicker of hope. We were all searching for something beneath the surface, a connection, a truth. The storm raged on, but we refused to back down. In the heart of the chaos, I remembered my mother's stories, her voice weaving through my mind like a lifeline. "The ocean gives and takes, my dear," she'd whisper, "but it remembers every soul it swallows." And with that thought, a surge of resolve ignited within me. We would not become mere shadows in the water. The storm howled, but we were still here, battling against the tide, each heartbeat a testament to our fight. Beneath the waves, the ghosts of the past watched, waiting, whispering. The narrative was far from over. It had merely begun. The sea roared like a wounded beast, waves crashing against the hull of the ship, each surge a reminder of nature's wrath. The air was thick with salt and fear, mingling with the cries of sailors who clung to their posts, their faces pale, eyes wide with trepidation. I stood amidst the chaos, the map clutched in my trembling hands, ink smudged like blood on the parchment. I remember the scent of the ocean, sharp and biting, a visceral reminder that we were mere mortals against the vastness of the world. "Look at it," cried Hassan, his voice cracking like the whip of the wind. His fingers pointed to the chart, a tangled mass of symbols and lines, an amalgamation of dreams and desperate calculations. "The current is wrong, the stars misaligned. We're lost?" The panic in his eyes mirrored the tumult of the storm outside. We were marooned in this unrelenting tempest, surrounded by the specter of oblivion. I remember the days when the heavens whispered secrets to us, I murmured, trying to grasp at fragments of calm. When the maps were our guiding stars, etched with the wisdom of the ancients. Those nights spent beneath the vast tapestry of the cosmos felt like a kind of paradise, where each twinkling star was a promise, each constellation a guiding hand. But now they are mere ghosts of what they were. Hassan's face twisted in anguish, a tempest of emotions crashing within him.
And what good is a map if it leads us to the brink of destruction?
His hands clenched, knuckles white as despair engulfed him. He was the navigator, the proud son of the sea, yet here he stood, stripped of power, helpless against the forces that threatened to swallow us whole. I could feel his pain, a burden I shared, a weight that pressed against my chest like a vice. As the ship pitched violently, I caught sight of Lael, the cartographer whose hands had crafted our fate. She was bent over her desk, ink-stained fingers trembling as she furiously recalibrated our charts. "No," she cried, frustration spilling from her lips. "It's not just ink, it's life. Each line I draw carries the hopes of 1,000 souls." Her voice was a haunting melody against the cacophony of the storm, a siren's lullaby laced with desperation. The truth was, Lael was a master of her craft, a sorceress who conjured oceans and continents with her quill. Yet, even she could not predict the fury of the sea, the deceitful currents that twisted our course. A mix of admiration and terror coursed through me as I watched her, a delicate flame flickering against the gale. "Lael," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper amidst the chaos, "can you feel the weight of the world resting on your shoulders?" "I will not let it crush me," she replied, her eyes fierce and bright, like twin stars in a murky night sky. "These maps may deceive, but they are my language. They tell stories of triumph and tragedy, of men who fought battles against the unknown." Each word she spoke resonated deeply, a battle cry that stirred something within me, a primal urge to fight against the darkness that lurked just beyond the horizon. The ship creaked ominously, and the sea howled in response. I clutched the map tighter, the ink now a frantic dance of lines and waves, the very embodiment of our fears. "We can't lose faith," I pleaded, looking between Hassan and Lael. "Every line on this map is a promise of discovery, a testament to the human spirit. We have charted these waters before. We can do it again." But doubt flickered in Hassan's gaze. "And what if the next storm takes us down?" His voice trembled, a symphony of vulnerability that echoed through the tempest. "What if these very maps betray us, leading us to our demise?" The question hung in the air like a sword poised to strike, threatening to sever the fragile thread of hope that bound us together. "Then we will face it," I declared, my heart pounding like a war drum. "Together. The maps may be flawed, but they are ours. Each stroke of ink is born from the blood and sweat of countless generations. They are our legacy." In that charged moment, the storm outside seemed to pause, as if the sea itself held its breath, waiting for our decision. I looked at Lael, her face illuminated with a fierce resolve. "You paint the world, Lael," I continued, "and we will follow your colors into the unknown. We are not just lost sailors, we are explorers, adventurers bound by the thrill of the journey." Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the raging waters and casting eerie shadows on our faces. The ship lurched violently, and I felt a surge of terror grip me. Would we be mere ghosts lost at sea, our dreams swallowed whole by the abyss? Or would we emerge, scarred but alive, ready to write our own stories upon the very fabric of the earth? The storm was not just a tempest of water, it was a tempest of spirit, a battle fought not only against the elements but against our own fears. I could feel it, the pulse of the ocean, the rhythm of our hearts entwined with the very essence of existence. Each wave crashing against us was a reminder that life is a relentless tide, and within its chaos lay the promise of rebirth. "Lail!" I shouted above the roar, my voice raw and primal. "Draw the compass. Chart a course through the storm." With a fierce nod, she returned to her work, the ink flowing like lifeblood across the page. I could see it in her eyes, the fire ignited, the dreams rekindled. With every stroke, she breathed life into our resolve, etching our fate against the dark canvas of the night. "Hold fast!" Hassan cried, his voice rising above the chaos. "We are more than the maps that guide us. We are the whispers of those who dared to sail before us." The ship creaked and groaned, but we stood defiant. The storm raged on, but within us, a storm of our own was brewing, a tempest of courage, unity, and unyielding hope. We would conquer the abyss, bend the seas to our will, and emerge, not just as sailors, but as legends woven into the very fabric of the earth. And as the waves crashed around us, I knew, this was only the beginning. The maps, flawed though they were, held the promise of a future yet unwritten. We would navigate through the chaos, and in doing so, we would find ourselves. The air was thick with salt and desperation, a storm brewing on the horizon, dark clouds swirling like restless ghosts. The rattle of iron against iron echoed through the cramped hull of the Ottoman galleon, where men stood shoulder to shoulder, the scent of sweat and fear a bitter perfume. "We're running out," Yassine muttered, his voice a low growl, eyes flickering towards the horizon where the distant land blurred into a mirage. He felt it deep in his gut, the gnawing realization that the supply ship had not returned, its absence like a dagger twisting in their bellies. "Do you think they'll come?" whispered Ismail, his eyes wide, reflecting the flickering torchlight, a child still despite the weight of his years. The boy had dreams of heroics, of a fleet that danced upon the waves, but here, within the belly of the beast, the dreams were choked by the reality of hunger. "What if they're—" Silence! Yassine snapped, the word slicing through the tension like a blade. It was a command born of fear, a fear that clawed at his chest like a ravenous beast. He was a man burdened with the weight of command, yet in this moment, he felt like a cornered rat, trapped and desperate. The men watched him, their faces shadowed by uncertainty, each heartbeat pulsing with the rhythm of the ship as it creaked ominously, as if the vessel itself lamented their fate. I remember the stories of the sea, the laughter, the camaraderie, the thrill of conquest. But now, as I stand amidst these men, the tales twist into nightmares, the waves crash against the hull, thundering like the war drums of an unseen enemy. In the dense air, Yassine can feel the heavy chains of expectation wrapping tighter around him. He remembers his father, a captain proud and fearless, a man who had never known the taste of defeat. But here, on this rusting hulk, Yassine felt the suffocating pressure of mortality. What if we turn back? Ismail's voice quivered, a tremor in the dark, and the thought hung like a noose. Back to what? Yassine barked, a wild edge creeping into his tone. Back to the stench of failure? Back to the whispers that would follow him like shadows? The other shifted uneasily, the silence stretching like an unbroken strand of fate. He could feel the weight of their eyes, the burden of their hopes, and underneath it, the gnawing dread. Time slipped away as they waited, moments dragging as heavy as anchors. I remember the stories of loyalty and of betrayal. It was never clear where they met, but in this moment, they were two sides of the same coin. The wind howled, a mournful wail that seeped into their bones. The horizon trembled with unseen forces, perhaps the very gods themselves mocking their plight. And then came the sound, a splintering crack, a shudder of wood against wood, and the world exploded into chaos. The ship lurched, men screamed, and Yassine felt the ground shift beneath his feet. They were under attack, a swarm of enemy ships materializing from the darkness, their sails billowing like the wings of vengeful phantoms. Yassine's heart raced, a wild drum echoing the fears he had tried to suppress. "To arms!" he shouted, though the words felt wooden and hollow. He snatched up a sword, its weight both comforting and terrifying as he raced to the deck. The clash of metal rang out, a symphony of destruction, the salty spray mingling with the metallic tang of blood. I remember the madness, the thrill and horror of battle, each moment stretching into infinity. Ismail was beside him, eyes wide with terror that twisted into a fierce determination. In that moment, boy and man were forged from the chaos, their souls entwined in the fire of survival.
"We can't let them overtake us,"
Yassine roared, but even he could hear the tremor beneath his bravado. They fought like wild animals, desperate and relentless. I remember the faces of the fallen, those who had whispered dreams of glory now silenced by the cruelty of fate. Yassine could feel the weight of their eyes upon him, urging him to fight, demanding that he carry the burden of their hopes. Each swing of the sword was a prayer, a plea to the heavens that he might not fail them, that he might find a way through this darkness. But amidst the clamor, a flicker of despair crept into his heart. They were outnumbered, a frail wall against a tide of chaos. Yassine's breath quickened, fear strangling the thoughts he fought to keep at bay. "Ismail! Stay close," he shouted, but the boy was lost in the frenzy, a spark of life amidst the din, and Yassine could feel the ache of a father's fear clawing at his chest. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced through the clash of steel, a scream that cut deeper than any blade. It was Ismail, crumpling to the ground, the light in his eyes dimming. Yassine's heart shattered like glass, each piece cutting deeper into his soul. "No!" He lunged, the world blurring around him, time collapsing into a moment of sheer horror. He cradled the boy's limp body, the warmth fading like sunlight swallowed by the night. "I remember," he whispered, the words escaping in a choked sob, "I remember when you dreamed of the sea." The waves crashed against the ship, a relentless reminder of the world they had set sail upon, a world full of promise now turned to ash. "Forgive me," he breathed, desperation clawing at his throat as the battle raged on, the cries of men mingling with the echoes of dreams lost to the winds of fate. And then, as if the heavens had answered his silent prayer, a flash of light broke through the clouds. A supply ship, a lifeline emerging from the chaos, sails unfurled and glistening. Hope flickered like a candle in the storm. But hope is a treacherous companion, and as the enemy bore down upon them, Yassine realized the cost of survival would be steep, perhaps beyond measure. The logistics of war spun in his mind, a labyrinth of choices and sacrifices, each turn shadowed by the ghosts of those who had fallen. In that crushing moment, the battle transformed, the air thick with the weight of impending loss. Every heartbeat echoed with the desperation of survival, as shadows danced around them, weaving a tapestry of fate, loss, and the unyielding will to endure. The storm was coming, and it was time to choose. The sirens wailed, a chilling sound that cut through the thick, humid air. Water crashed against the hull like the angry fists of 1,000 spirits. The storm had come alive, a savage beast clawing at the walls of metal and resolve. I stood on the deck, rain slashing against my face, each droplet a shard of ice piercing through my skin. I remember gripping the railing, knuckles white, as the waves roared and twisted, threatening to swallow us whole. "Keep her steady, Mason," shouted Captain Ilara, her voice a fierce flame against the tempest. She was the anchor of this ship, the one who kept our hearts beating amidst chaos. But even she looked small, a fragile silhouette against the towering walls of water. I couldn't let her down. I couldn't let any of us down. I turned to Mason, a young sailor with the weight of the world on his shoulders. His eyes were wide, reflecting the wildness around us, fear and determination waging war behind them. The storm had awakened something primal in him, and I could see it, the struggle, the urge to flee, to abandon ship, to survive. But there was no escape. Not now. Not ever. "Just breathe, Mason!" I shouted, but the wind swallowed my words, and I could only hope he heard the frantic pulse of my heart, that he felt the urgency, the undeniable truth of our situation. Waves crashed higher, towering like giants, and I could feel the ship shudder under their weight, the metal creaking like the bones of the damned. Then I saw her, the ghost in the storm. A figure, pale and ethereal, standing at the bow, hair a wild torrent like the chaos around us. It was Juno, my sister, lost to the sea long before I was even born. In that moment, she became more than a memory. She was a warning, a haunting echo of what could become of us if we did not rise above the fury. Mason! I reached out, my voice trembling as the world around us turned into a nightmare of swirling shadows and relentless rain. You're not alone. We fight together. But even as I spoke, doubt crept in. The ocean had a way of twisting the truth, of shattering dreams with its relentless power. I could feel the weight of history bearing down on us, the countless souls who had been claimed by storms like this. I thought of the sailors lost in the depths, their voices merged with the roar of the water. I thought of Juno, and the way she had disappeared, one moment standing on the sandy shore, the next, swallowed by the tide. Fight! Fight! I urged, the words bursting from my chest like flames. But deep down, I felt the cold fingers of despair wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter, threatening to choke the life from me. And then, the sky split open. Lightning danced across the horizon, illuminating the chaos, the swirling mass of black clouds. For a heartbeat, I glimpsed the truth. The storm was a reflection of our own turmoil, our own fears laid bare against the wildness of nature. It was a reminder that even in the vastness of the sea, we remained vulnerable, fragile vessels adrift in a world governed by forces beyond our control. Mason! I screamed, my voice lost again, but I saw him, his resolve igniting like the very lightning that struck the sea. He was no longer just a terrified sailor, he was a beacon of courage, rising from the depths of despair. I won't let you down, he shouted back, eyes fierce and filled with purpose. In that moment, I realized that we were more than just survivors, we were warriors against the storm, battling not only the fury of nature but our own inner demons. As we fought against the wind and rain, I felt a sense of unity binding us together, a bond forged in the crucible of fear and adrenaline. Every crash of the waves, every flash of lightning, was a reminder of our humanity. We were all flawed, all fighting our own battles. Elara, with her fierce determination masking a lifetime of loss, Mason, a boy on the brink of manhood, grappling with a legacy of despair, and I, who had spent years chasing shadows of the past. The night thickened, the storm howling like a pack of wolves. I could feel the pressure in my chest, the suffocating weight of it all. Memories of Juno swirled around me, her laughter echoing in the depths of my mind. I wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens, but instead, I held on to the bitterness, the deep-seated pain of her absence. Find your strength. Ilara's voice cut through the chaos, a blade of clarity in the storm. We are not alone. We are a crew. Together, we can weather this. Her words sparked something. It ignited a fire in Mason, in me, in all of us. We were not just faces in the dark, we were a family forged by the ocean, each heartbeat echoing the other. Courage surged within me as I took a deep breath, feeling the swell of the waves beneath my feet. The storm howled, demanding our submission, but we would not yield. We were more than just pawns in its game. We were sailors. We were warriors. We were alive, and that meant we would fight, tooth and nail, against the darkness. As the storm raged on, I remembered the stars that had guided us through countless nights, the whispers of the universe, the promise of dawn even in the darkest hours. There was an unbreakable connection between us, a shared strength that could defy the fury of nature. The ocean could roar, it could rage, but it could not extinguish the fire within our souls. And so, we fought. With every wave that crashed against our hull, we stood firm. With every flash of lightning that illuminated the chaos, we made a promise. We would not be lost to the depths. We would not become mere memories washed away by the tide. The fight was far from over, but in that moment, amidst the storm's fury and heart-stopping fear, we found our power. And as the dark clouds loomed above, we held on to each other, a lifeline amidst the chaos, a reminder that even in the heart of the storm, we could find our way back to the light. The night was alive with the crackling tension of impending chaos. The sea, an expanse of black glass interrupted only by the glistening foam of waves crashing against the hulls of ships, buzzed with a premonition felt by all who stood upon its decks. I remember the cold air biting at my skin, as piercing as the eyes of Hassan, the fierce captain of the Ottoman flagship, whose every breath seemed to echo the heartbeat of the empire. His gaze pierced the darkness, a mix of valor and desperation, a man holding his breath at the edge of a cliff, faced with the dizzying drop below. I remember the whispers of the crew, their lips moving in prayer, their eyes darting like frightened sparrows. They were not merely sailors, they were the keepers of dreams and the bearers of burdens. Each man carried the weight of his family, a sister's longing, a mother's tears. And as the Ottoman fleet tightened around the rocky outcrop, I felt the ancient clash between two worlds, the sensual musk of the East meeting the austere heart of the West. Across the water, the European ships cut through the night like silver daggers, their sails billowing like whispers of defiance. Among them stood Captain Edward, a man as noble as he was flawed, a lover of both the sea and the thrill of battle. He stood tall, chest puffed with pride, face half shadowed by the moonlight, yet I could see the tremor in his hands. His heart, too, was heavy, not merely with the weight of steel but with the fear of failure, a fear that clutched at him like a tightening noose. "I will not let them take this city," he muttered, though it was a promise that sounded more like a plea. The threads of his fate were weaving into a tapestry of blood and salt, an intricate design that would soon be stained with his own ink. As the call to arms rang out, I felt an electric current pulsating through the air. It was a collective breath, a moment suspended in time, where the boundaries of loyalty began to unravel, and men who once shared wine and laughter now stood poised to become specters of their former selves. The Ottoman strategy, a symphony of speed and ferocity, was a stark contrast to the rigid and methodical designs of the European fleets. The Ottomans embraced the sea with fierce devotion, navigating its treacherous waters with the grace of a hawk swooping down to claim its prey. They were not just fighting for territory, they were defending a legacy, a culture steeped in centuries of triumph and despair. Every cannonball that roared from their decks was a sonnet, every clash of steel a requiem. Hassan believed in the spirit of his ancestors, and in that moment, the weight of history settled like a shroud upon his shoulders. But Edward's approach was different, it was calculated, like the meticulous ticking of a clock, each tick echoing the inevitability of time and fate. His ships were built for endurance, designed with the rigidity of a fortress, yet they relied on a fragile hope, a belief that strategy alone could outmaneuver the storm that was the Ottoman might. He gazed into the night, a desperate wish to pierce through the chaos and see the dawn, but within that darkness brewed a storm of uncertainty. I remember the moment it began, the clash of titans, the deafening cacophony of cannon fire shattering the night. I could feel the tremors through the wooden decks beneath our feet, a heartbeat that syncopated with our own. The air turned thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and sweat, and I was struck by the surreal beauty of it all, the way the flames danced like demons in the night, illuminating the faces of men preparing to meet their makers. Hassan unleashed a primal roar, a sound filled not only with rage but with the weight of 1,000 dreams. His voice soared over the chaos, wrapping around his men like a cloak, rallying them into a frenzy. And across the water, Edward's rallying cry bled through the tumult, a call to arms that resonated with the urgency of desperation. But it was fear that hung most heavily in the air, a fear that gripped me like an iron vice. Every shot fired was a tear shed, every ship that sank a dream lost to the depths. I could see the shadows of the fallen drifting beneath the waves, their last gasps mingling with the cries of the living, an everlasting echo of heartbreak. "Fight!" Hassan bellowed, and in his eyes, I saw the ghosts of his ancestors urging him on, their spirits intertwining with his own. "For the honor of our forefathers!" Yet deep within him, I sensed a flicker of doubt, a crack in his resolve. What if all this bloodshed led only to ashes? And there was Edward, too, grappling with the undeniable truth. What does it mean to win if it costs you everything? He thought of his family, the faces that haunted him as the waves crashed against the hull. Each moment felt like a clock ticking down towards an inevitable conclusion, the haunting reminder that while he fought for glory, he was also fighting against the very essence of his own existence. The clash continued, and the weight of history bore down upon them both, the Ottomans with their relentless waves of fervor, and the Europeans with their steely resolve, locked in a dance as old as time itself. The canvas of the sea painted in shades of crimson and sorrow, with every stroke a testament to the fragility of life, the beautiful absurdity of war. As the sun began to rise, casting a pale light over the chaos, I felt the air shift. The cries and the prayers melded into one, a haunting symphony that would echo through eternity. In the heart of that tempest, where dreams collided with reality, I realized that their battles were not merely won or lost on the water, but etched into the very fabric of their souls, their legacies intertwined in a tapestry of grief and glory. In that moment, I understood the weight of the world upon their shoulders as the sea roared and the skies darkened, a prelude to a reckoning yet to come. And in that reckoning, the line between friend and foe blurred, the conflict becoming a mirror reflecting the deepest fears and desires of humanity itself. With each passing second, I could sense the fracturing of their fates, a beautiful tragedy unfolding on the surface of the waves, a relentless reminder that while strategies may shift across the ages, the heart of the battle remains forever unchanged. The world spins on, and their stories, raw and unfinished, linger in the air like the ghosts of forgotten dreams, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The wind howled through the narrow alleyways of Istanbul, a mournful wail that cut through the heart of the city like a knife. It was a sound that echoed through the bones of every stone, reverberating with a history that no one could quite escape. I stood there, drenched in the heavy aroma of spice and desperation, the city wearing its scars like a shroud. Around me, the ghosts of our ancestors whispered tales of glory and despair, but tonight was different. Tonight, the world was on the brink of chaos, and I could feel it in my very marrow. Kadir, my closest friend since childhood, stumbled into the square, his eyes wild with fear, two coals ablaze in a sea of ash. "It's happening," he gasped, clutching an old parchment like it possessed the answers to the universe. The treaties, the naval agreements, the desperate attempts to hold our empire together. A shivering reality gripped my heart. The Ottomans were losing their grip, and like a fraying rope, the strands of our lives threatened to unravel. "Do you remember the stories?" Kadir's voice trembled, a melody of nostalgia laced with terror. "The tales of our ancestors, the battles they fought." He looked at me, his desperation unmasked. "They were forged in fire, but we, what are we? Just shadows and dust." I remember the laughter we shared as kids, weaving our dreams into the fabric of the stars above. I remember the warmth of the sun on our faces as we raced through the streets, the impossible feeling of invincibility. But those memories felt like a lifetime ago, replaced now by the cold grip of fate. I had wanted to be a hero, but here we stood, on the precipice of a war that could swallow us whole. "Do you hear that?" I said, straining to listen. The distant clamor of ships echoed from the harbor, a haunting cacophony of metal and restless water. Each clang felt like a death knell, a reminder of our empire's crumbling might. It was more than just a battle for territory, it was a war for our very existence. Kadir clenched the parchment tighter, his knuckles white. "They are drawing lines in the sand, but the sea knows no borders." His words hung thick in the air, laden with the weight of despair. "And the treaties, they promise peace, but they are merely illusions, fragile as glass." I wanted to cry out, wanted to shake some sense into him, but instead, I felt a chill grip me as I thought of the men, brave sailors with dreams like ours, who would be lost in the tumult, their names swallowed by the waves. The ocean was a hungry beast, and our ships were but morsels in its gaping maw. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman cloaked in dark fabric, her presence as commanding as the storm clouds that rolled over the Bosphorus. Eileen, a fierce strategist and Kadir's unrequited love, always 2 steps ahead, her mind a labyrinth of strategy. "We cannot afford to falter now," she said, her voice steady, yet laced with urgency. "If we do not act, if we do not forge our own destiny, we will be swept away like the tide." Kadir scoffed, bitterness staining his words. "And what do you propose, Eileen? We sign our souls to treaties that promise nothing? Ensure our own demise?" The anger bubbled beneath the surface, raw and unfiltered. But Eileen, undeterred, met his gaze with fierce resolve. "We find our strength in unity. We draw from our shared history, our blood, our hopes. We must remind them of who we are, a legacy of warriors, not of victims." The air crackled with tension. I could feel the weight of their gazes, both longing for hope yet shackled by the chains of fear. I watched the flicker of determination in Eileen's eyes, a spark in the darkness. What if she was right? What if the treaties were just the beginning of a new chapter, rather than an end? But what did I know? I was just a witness, a mere flicker in the grand tapestry of our empire. I remember the stars above us, winking like old friends, whispering promises of a future we could reach for. But standing there, I felt the ground shift beneath us, an unseen force threatening to tear us apart. I thought of my mother, her hands weathered by time, whispering bedtime stories of the Ottoman fleets that once ruled the waves, of the pride that coursed through her veins. The way she would laugh, her eyes dancing with the flames of hopes and dreams. They bathed once a year, so love was earthy, raw, unrefined. If only we could bottle that spirit, that fire, and unleash it upon our foes. Suddenly, a shout pierced through the night, a siren call that drew us closer. "They are coming!" A voice rang out, reverberating through the narrow streets, carrying dread and urgency. I felt it in my bones, a moment of clarity amid the storm. The spectre of war loomed larger, and we were but players on its stage, our roles yet to be determined. Kadir, Eileen, and I stood together, a trio forged in the crucible of fear and hope. The clock ticked loudly in my mind, the seconds slipping away like grains of sand. We were not just witnesses to history, we were history in the making. The treaties would shape our fate, but for every accord signed in the darkness, there was a chance to rewrite our story. "Let's make them remember who we are," Eileen said, her voice rising above the chaos. "Let's turn this tide." And in that moment, the wind shifted, carrying with them the scent of salt water and blood, the taste of fate on our tongues. The shadows loomed large, but we would not be mere whispers in the annals of time. Instead, we would become the thunder, the storm itself, an unstoppable force ready to challenge the darkness. As we pressed onward, the echoes of the past intertwined with the promise of a future unwritten. The sky darkened, and the harbor swirled with uncertainty, but in our hearts, a fire ignited, flickering with the hope of 1,000 generations. The naval treaties that shaped our empire were mere parchment, but within us burned the essence of what it meant to be alive, to fight, to love, and to endure. Tonight, we would make our stand. The thunderous crash of waves against the hull sends a shiver up my spine. I stand on the deck, the salty spray biting at my cheeks. The night is cloaked in darkness, the moon a distant ghost, and my heart thunders in time with the tempest outside. "Hold steady, for God's sake!" I scream over the roar, but my own voice feels swallowed by the abyss. My crew, my brothers in arms, struggle against the fury, each man wrestling with the wind and the weight of history that hangs like a leaden cloak. I remember the stories my grandfather told about the Ottoman fleets, their sails billowing like the wings of ancient birds, cutting through the waves with an elegance that belied their might. But now, standing on this rickety vessel, the weight of those tales is a burden, a reminder that we are but shadows against the vastness of the sea. Tugging on the ropes, I catch a glimpse of Salim, his eyes wide with fear, yet sparking with defiance. He's young, barely past his 18th year, and every wave crashing against us is a reminder that the ocean is merciless, a lover who takes without warning. "We can't turn back," he shouts, voice laced with desperation, yet laced with something else, too, a fierce determination that ignites the air between us. "We have to reach Constantinople." But what awaits us there? I can't shake the feeling that the city cradles ghosts of a past we can't escape. I watch Salim, his hands trembling as he grips the rope, and I see the reflection of my own fears staring back at me. He's a flame flickering in the wind, and I'm the hollow shell of a man who once burned bright. A crack of lightning illuminates the night, and for a heartbeat, I see them, specters of the past rising from the depths, their faces worn with the burdens of unfulfilled dreams. They were sailors, traders, warriors of the Ottoman Empire, their legacies intertwined with the currents that swirled around us. I remember the tales of naval battles fought with sheer will, battles that seemed to echo through time, reverberating in our blood. The storm rages on, an orchestra of chaos. I feel it in my bones, the pull of history, it's a siren's call, beckoning us toward the horizon where the sea kisses the sky. As we fight to stay afloat, memories surface, my mother's laughter ringing in my ears, the way her hands moved gracefully to tell stories of our forefathers, how they crossed treacherous waters with dreams larger than the sails on their ships. They were pioneers, and here we are, lost children of the sea, adrift in our inadequacies. And then there's Isel. She stands at the bow, hair whipping around her like an unchained tempest. A fierce woman, a sister to Selim, and yet a stranger to me, her heart a fortress locked tight. How can a single glance hold so much? Fear, longing, hope, it's all there, woven in the fabric of her being as she stares into the abyss. We can't let fear take us, she shouts, her voice sharp enough to cut through the storm. Our ancestors faced this. But what she doesn't know is that fear is my constant companion. It clings to me like the dampness of the sea, whispering that we are not worthy of the legacy we seek to uphold. I remember my father's words, heavy with the weight of expectation. The sea is a cruel teacher, but it is honest. As the wind howls, I see Selim's resolve waver, the flicker of hope dying in his eyes. We're nothing but ghosts on this water, he says, his voice muted by despair. What chance do we have against the storms of fate? I can't let him drown in that darkness. In that moment, I learn that leadership isn't born of strength, it's forged in vulnerability. We are not just vessels, Selim, I say, reaching out, gripping his shoulder. We are the echoes of those who came before us, the ones who dared to dream beyond the horizon. Isel's gaze meets mine, fierce and unyielding, and I feel a spark igniting between us, a shared purpose. Perhaps we are not merely passengers on this ship, but stewards of a legacy that demands we confront our fears, embrace our flaws, and forge a path forward through the waves of despair. The storm may rage, but it cannot drown our spirit if we stand united. And there, amidst the chaos, the world dissolves around us. The salt, the wind, the fear, they merge into a singular truth: we are alive, and that alone is enough. The tales of the Ottoman sailors become our own, woven into the fabric of this moment. I see them again, the ghosts rising from the deep, their eyes urging us onward, urging us to fight against the pull of the abyss. As we brace for the next crash, I feel it, an awakening, a visceral connection to the past that courses through my veins, binding us to every sailor who ever dared to chart their course through uncharted waters. We are the sea, and the sea is us. The lightning strikes again, illuminating our path, a fierce reminder that the storm won't last forever. But still, it's a tempest that tests our very souls, revealing our fragility yet nurturing a fire within us that refuses to be extinguished. Clocks tick away in the back of my mind, time slipping, memories flooding in, and I wonder how much longer we can hold on to this moment before it dissolves into the ether. I remember the sweet scent of jasmine wafting through the air, my heart racing as I chased after dreams that felt impossibly far away. The city of Constantinople is out there, but so is history, and it waits, breath held, for us to rise. To be more than just whispers in the wind. As we navigate through the storm, we are not just fighting against the elements, we are grappling with ourselves, with the legacy we carry like a cloak of many colors, bright, dark, and everything in between. The waves crash, the wind screams, and somewhere, beneath the shadow of the storm, I feel the heartbeat of the Ottoman Empire throbbing with each pulse of the sea. Together, we pull tighter on the ropes, bracing for the next wave, a collective breath held, hearts racing, knowing that in this chaos, we find ourselves, and in finding ourselves, we might just find our way to that distant shore.